Chapter 902. As soon as these words came out, the people fighting stopped and turned their eyes to Ji Yuqi. Although Shunja blocked her and they couldn't see her face, her graceful figure was enough to make men daydream. Someone immediately echoed, "Don't let that chick run away. You Asian man, put that chick down and I'll spare your life." A burly man holding a dagger raised his chin and stared at Shunja in disdain. Shunja didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he didn't expect trouble to come knocking on his door. He coldly glanced at those people and spat out a word, "Get lost. F***CK. I'm going to get that chick today." The man roughly spat and waved his dagger as he pounced forward. Shunja protected Ji Yuqi and took a step back. He stretched out his long leg and kicked the man away. Another two men pounced forward. They didn't see how Shunja made his move, and the two men flew out one after another. A bearded man quietly came from behind, intending to grab Ji Yuqi to threaten Shunja. Unexpectedly, Shunja's eyes were like torches and had already seen through his trick. He said with a calm face, "Chi-Chi, lower your head." Ji Yuqi quickly lowered her head. Shunja's fist brushed past her head and hit the bearded man's chin. Ji Yuqi clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. The bearded man held his chin and screamed in pain. The others weren't any better. They were all injured and lying on the floor, groaning and groaning. A man among the wounded quietly took out a silencer and aimed it at Shunja's head. Ji Yuqi followed Shunja and walked for a distance. She inadvertently looked back and saw the black muzzle of a gun. The blood in her body suddenly turned cold. "Be careful." Her voice became sharp because of the urgency. At the same time, she shook off Shunja's arm and blocked his back as fast as she could. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Shunja's heart almost stopped. He quickly turned around and held Ji Yuqi in his arms, exposing his entire back to the killer's shooting range. He didn't care about his own safety. His body slightly trembled from fear, and his eyes were filled with panic. He anxiously called out, "Chi-Chi, I'm fine, don't worry." Ji Yuqi's heart was filled with fear. At that moment, she really thought she was dead. She didn't expect that before the killer could pull the trigger, a bullet would shoot out of nowhere and hit the killer's forehead. "Ah, someone's dead. Run." The group of injured people lying on the ground got up in a hurry and scattered as fast as they could. Soon, only a corpse was left behind. It was the man who wanted to assassinate Shunja. He was lying on the ground with a hole in his forehead. Blood was gurgling out of the hole. He was still holding a pistol in his hand. His eyes that had lost their luster were staring straight at Shunja's direction. A man in a black trench coat walked out of the alley majestically. He was tall and straight, and his face was cold and indifferent. He said in a deep voice, "Young master, Ling is already chased after those who escaped. Maybe we can get some information from them." Shunja nodded slightly. "Aze, your marksmanship is not bad. Thank you for just now." If Aze hadn't hidden in the surroundings to protect him and Yuqi, he would have shot the killer and Yuqi would have been injured. If that had happened, he would never be able to forgive himself. Aze had followed Shunja for so many years, but this was the first time he heard the words "thank you" from him. His lips curved stiffly. One look, and one could tell that he wasn't used to smiling. The tips of his ears were tinged with a faint shade of red. He coughed and said, "This is what I should do. Young master, you don't have to be so polite." After Aze appeared, Ji Yuqi withdrew from Shunja's arms. However, he insisted on holding her hand. She smiled sincerely. "Aze, I also want to thank you. If it wasn't for your godly marksmanship, I probably wouldn't be able to stand and talk to you." Aze's ears turned even redder. His eyes flickered. "Miss G is too polite. If the two of you don't have any orders, I'd better hide in the dark." On the balcony of the hotel, a man in a shirt and trousers stood in the night sky. He held a pair of binoculars in his hand and took into fighting on the street. He snorted coldly. "Wilson's men are really useless. 7 of them can't even defeat a lunatic." Behind him stood the cold-faced bodyguard, 13. "Second young master, if you want to take Shunja's life, why don't you let me do it?" 13 was very confident in his skills. He was one of the top assassins in Asia. Shinyu tossed the binoculars to him and said calmly, I don't want to take his life now. I asked Wilson to find those good-for-nothings to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Unfortunately, the people Wilson found were too useless. They were all killed in seconds by Shunja before it was my turn. If the plan succeeded, Jiyuchi would see the man she liked being beaten down by others. She was about to be humiliated. At this time, Shenyu descended from the sky and saved her like a god. How could she not be moved by him? Shenyu's lips curled up in ridicule. Those foolish and ignorant women. Chasing after love was only because the other party could satisfy their vanity and satisfy their dreams of becoming a hero. They liked powerful men, or was there any true love? Just as Shinyu sneered at women, Shunja and Jiyuchi had already returned to the hotel. The eldest young master, who had been holding back for a long time, finally exploded. He let go of Jiyuchi's hand with a cold face and left her alone. He opened the door without a word. Jiyuchi was like a wronged little wife, pitifully following behind him. When he walked to the bedroom, she followed. When he went to the cloakroom to get a bathrobe, she followed. When he went into the bathroom, she also wanted to follow. The eldest young master blocked her at the door with a cold face. He exuded an air of, "I'm very unhappy," and said coldly, "Why are you following me?" The eldest young master, who was throwing a tantrum, was finally willing to talk to her. Jiyuchi was so touched that tears streamed down her face. She quickly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. She pouted pitifully and said softly, "Aja, don't be angry. I was wrong. Don't ignore me." The little woman in front of him stared at him with her big, watery eyes. Her red lips were pouted, and her expression was pitiful. Shunja's heart softened. However, when he thought of the dangerous situation just now, his expression became uglier. He said coldly, "You still know that you were wrong. Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Jiyuchi blinked her big eyes and said softly, "I shouldn't have stood in front of you when you were in danger." Shunja's face was still stiff. He said in a deep voice, "You know that you were wrong? You're not allowed to do such dangerous things in the future. No matter when, as long as you're in danger, all you have to do is protect yourself. Do you hear me?" This was the first time he had spoken to her in such a strict tone. She didn't feel sad or angry, but she felt her heart ache. She clearly knew that when he had hugged her, his body had trembled slightly. That was the fear of losing her. She was also afraid of losing him. So how could she only care about protecting herself when he was in danger? Even though he didn't get the answer he wanted, Shunja didn't give up. He stubbornly stared into her eyes, as if he wanted to see through her organs and intimidate her soul. He was in a deadlock with her at the bathroom door, just for an answer, or rather, a promise. Jiyuchi bit her lips and suddenly threw herself into his arms. She leaned her head against his chest and said slowly, "Aja, if you're in danger, I can't turn a blind eye to it." Shunja's body stiffened. Just as he was about to say something, she raised her head and covered his mouth with her hand. She continued, "Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Aja, I want to face the danger with you. I want to stand by your side. I don't want to be a naive little girl who is well protected by you. However, I promise that I won't be so rash again. Aja, I'm done. If you're still angry, you can scold me." Her clear eyes were filled with uneasiness. She was like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for her parents to criticize her. His feelings were very complicated. He had always known that she was different from ordinary people. He could tolerate and give her the greatest freedom in other things, but when it came to her personal safety, he couldn't easily compromise. He was silent for a moment and slowly pushed her away from his arms. He said, "I can't agree. I'm a man. I don't need my woman to protect me from danger." She tugged at his sleeve. "Aja, get out. I'm going to take a shower." He pulled his sleeve out of her hand and stroked her hair. His tone was very gentle, and his expression could be said to be gentle, but she just felt that he was angry. The sound of water splashing could be heard from the bathroom. Jiyuchi was a little frustrated as she rolled around on the bed. What was wrong with her wanting to protect the person she loved? But he wasn't wrong either. He also wanted to protect her. So whose fault was it? Jiyuchi lay on her side, facing the window. Before she knew it, the The corners of her eyes were wet. She hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and laughed self-deprecatingly. Shunja really spoiled her rotten. She actually started to cry like a delicate girl. This was a bad habit. She had to change it. However, she didn't expect that Shunja had already seen her wiping her tears. Shunja stood at the head of the bed. Because of his height, even though Ji Yuqi's back was facing him, he could still see her secretly wiping her tears. His heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. It was so uncomfortable that it was about to explode. He clenched his fingers and gripped the towel in his hand tightly. His expression was as cold as an iceberg. Back then, when she said, "Shunja, let's be together," he felt that the whole world was bright. He only had one thought in his heart, which was to love her and treat her well. He couldn't let her cry anymore. But now he still made her cry. Awesome novel. Songshu 566. Chapter 903. Ji Yuqi suddenly felt a warmth on her back. She was pressed tightly against a warm body. A pair of arms wrapped around her waist and hugged her tightly. She was afraid that he would discover that she had cried, so she rubbed her eyes to make sure that everything was normal. Then, she said gently, "Aja, you're done bathing?" He didn't make a sound and hugged her tightly. His chest was pressed against her back, and there was no space between them. He buried his head in her hair and breathed softly. She placed her hand on the back of his hand and said softly, "Aja, I'm sorry, Chichi." He finally spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, and every word was said very seriously. "When you stood in front of me and faced the gun, you must have been very scared. I was still so fierce to you. I'm sorry." The eyes that had just shed tears seemed to tear up again very easily. Ji Yuqi sniffed. Shunja must have done it on purpose to make her cry again. How could he be so good to her? It was over. She really wanted to cry again. She didn't cry again. Instead, she turned around and lifted her chin. She pressed her cool lips against his and used the tip of her tongue to gently trace the shape of his lips. She kissed him very seriously, and he was also intoxicated in this easy kiss. It wasn't until their breathing became unstable that they slowly separated. She leaned against his ear and said softly, "Aja, you don't have to say sorry. We didn't do anything wrong." They didn't do anything wrong. They just loved each other too much. Since they loved each other so much, why should they care about such small things? Ji Yuqi hated Shunyu very much, especially when he suddenly appeared when she and Shunja were happily enjoying lunch. Moreover, he sat at their table as if they were familiar with each other. It was really annoying. "Big brother, Yuqi, what a coincidence. You're also here to eat." Shunyu didn't seem to see that Shunja and Chi-Chi didn't welcome him. After sitting down, he even used a very familiar tone to chat with them. "Oh, I can't stand it." Ji Yuqi couldn't help but ridicule in her heart. Then she raised her head and looked at Shunja. Seeing that Shunja was still helping her peel the prawn shell very seriously and didn't intend to pay attention to Shunyu, she calmed down, lowered her eyelashes, and continued to eat the prawn meat on the plate. The smile on Shunyu's face stiffened. The two people sitting opposite him, one was seriously peeling the prawn shell, and the other was seriously eating the prawn meat. Both of them ignored him. He was the dignified second young master of the Qin family. Well, had he ever been thrown in the face like this? He gritted his teeth and put on a fake smile. "Big brother, when do you plan to return to China? The company can't do without you." Shinja glanced at him and said coldly, "Compared to a vice president like me, the company is even more inseparable from the president." "Aja, well done." Ji Yuqi almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her shoulders shook suspiciously a few times. The smile on Shunyu's face froze. In his mind, he imagined using a dagger to stab Shunja until he was drenched in blood. He raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze to Ji Yuqi. He said warmly, "Yuqi, I heard that you haven't graduated from university yet. What do you want to do after graduation? Do you want to come to the Shin group to train?" Ji Yuqi really didn't want to pay attention to him, but he was all smiles, and it seemed impolite to ignore him. Thus, she raised her head and revealed a polite smile. "No need. Thank you, President Shun." "Oh, right, do you eat prawns?" After saying that, she directly grabbed an unpeeled prawn and handed it to him. She smiled and said, "Try it." The spicy prawns here are very delicious. Shinyu looked at the red prawn in front of him, which was tightly held in her hand. His whole person was not good. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "No need. Thank you. Don't be polite. Try it. It's very delicious." Ji-Yuchi's hand stretched forward again. The prawn almost touched his nose. The smile on her face was very sincere, but the little devil in her heart was laughing evilly. "Eat it, eat it. When you finish the first bite, I'll tell you that I actually didn't wash my hands after going to the toilet." Most rich young masters were a little misophobic. She didn't believe that she couldn't discuss Shinyu. Unfortunately, Shinyu didn't do as she wished. He regretfully shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm allergic to seafood." Ji-Yuchi's eyes moved slightly. She put the prawn back on the plate and smiled faintly. "So you're allergic to seafood. What a pity." Shinyu's lips curved slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Shanja's frosty gaze turned to him. "That group of people last night, it was you who arranged it, right?" It wasn't a question, but a statement. Shinyu's eyes darkened, but he still smiled faintly. "Big brother, what do you mean by that? You don't have to play dumb. What you did is done. In front of so many people, I won't do anything to you." Shunja put the peeled prawn on the plate in front of Ji-Yuchi. He slowly wiped his fingers with a wet towel. His movements were extremely elegant. When he said this, he didn't look at Shunyu. He just seriously did his own thing, as if Shunyu didn't exist. Shunyu hated this attitude of his the most. No matter if he got his father's praise, took away the things he liked, or got the position of CEO, or even took away all his glory and drove him out of the Shun family, he always had an indifferent expression. He wouldn't look at him more than once, as if nothing could affect his mood. After so many years, he was still like this, treating him like nothing. Shunyu was very angry, but he had already learned to control his emotions. He smiled faintly and said, "You're talking about you and Yuchi being blocked by drunkards last night? That matter really has nothing to do with me. Big brother, no matter what, we're brothers. How could I do such a thing? That kind of thing you've done a lot in the past." Shinja's voice was calm. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Ji-Yuchi and wiped the oil stains on her lips with a tissue. When he first came back from the United States, he was assassinated by the killers sent by Shunyu. After he was injured, he met Yuchi in the small forest. Thinking of the first time they met, Shanja couldn't help but smile. He also rubbed Ji-Yuchi's cheek with his finger. Shinyu's face was very ugly. He wanted to flip the table and go berserk. "Shinja, that lunatic, if he wanted to talk, then he should seriously look at him and talk. Why did he keep showing affection in front of him?" Showing affection was a very shameful thing to do. If he stayed any longer, he might not be able to control himself. Shinyu made a rational choice. He suddenly stood up and said with a sullen face, "I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. You guys eat slowly." The foodie Ji-Yuchi raised her head and smiled innocently. "Take care. I won't send you off. But second young master Shun, you haven't eaten yet, right? Don't tell me you came to the restaurant to buy soy sauce." Shinyu's face turned green from her teasing. He said stiffly, "I'm not hungry." "Oh, so it's like that. Goodbye then." Ji-Yuchi smiled and waved. It would be best if they never met again. "You seem to be very reluctant to part with him?" The jealous young master Shun's tone was sour. He peeled another shrimp for her. Ji-Yuchi made a face. "No, I'm stabbing him with a dagger in my heart. I've already stabbed him until he's covered in blood." "Oh, well done." Young Master Shin smiled contentedly. He bent down and kissed her on the cheek as a reward. She blushed and looked around guiltily. When she saw that no one was paying attention, she relaxed. She suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. "Aja, Shinyu said that he's allergic to seafood. Is that true?" Shinja thought about it seriously. "Maybe it's true." "What do you mean, maybe? You've lived under the same roof for so many years. Why don't you know him at all?" Shinja rubbed his chin. "Although we live under the same roof, we rarely eat at the same table. Even when we eat together, we don't pay attention to what he likes to eat. However, it's true that the Shun family's kitchen rarely cooks seafood." "Oh, then the possibility that he's allergic to seafood is quite high." Ji-Yuchi's charming eyes were extremely bright. She suddenly leaned in front of him and asked with a mischievous smile, "Does Shinyu like to go to nightclubs?" Shinja nodded. He paused and said, "I think I know what you're going to do. You're so smart. There's a reward for you, dear." Jiyuchi looked around. When no one was paying attention, she quickly kissed him on the cheek. The oil on her lips smeared all over Shinja's face. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She stuck out her tongue mischievously. As she helped him wipe his face, she said, "He must have hired those people last night. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I get rid of the hatred in my heart? Aja, you won't stop me, right?" He pinched her nose lovingly. "Do whatever you want, but be careful." Night fell. The busiest bar in Hawaii. Men and women of all colors gathered here. They swayed their waists wildly to the deafening electronic music and danced wildly under the blurred lights. People who were keen on emotional games lurked in the crowd. Once they found a target, they would chase after it. "Hey, handsome, are you alone?" A slender and fair hand gently rested on Shun Yu's shoulder. It was a very beautiful blonde. She wore a red halter dress that hugged her hips and low cut. She had a pair of emerald cat eyes that made people who looked into her eyes involuntarily sink into them. It was a pity that her aura was too heavy and Shinyu didn't like it. He glanced at her indifferently. "Sorry, I'm not interested." "Well, that's a pity. I hope you have a good night." The blonde left with a regretful expression. Shinyu raised his eyebrows and continued to drink. Suddenly, he felt someone bump into his arm. He turned his head unhappily and saw an Asian girl wearing a waiter's uniform. She held a tray in her hand and stood in front of him with a flushed face. She kept bowing and said in heavily accented English, "Sorry, I'm very sorry. I was bumped into by someone just now. That's why I bumped into you. I'm really sorry." When the girl lowered her head, Shinyu just happened to see the beautiful curve of her neck. Her fair skin was as tender and smooth as cream. He could also see the faint ravine on her chest where she bent over. His throat was dry and his body was a little hot. He had never been the kind of man who could control his desires. He reached out and lifted the girl's chin, carefully examining her appearance. Attention, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 904. She was elegant and beautiful without makeup, and her body exuded a faint fragrance. She could be given 8 points. The girl was shocked by his bold action. Her cheeks became redder and redder like a tomato. She stammered, "Yes, sir? Can you let go of me?" Her skin was as smooth as he imagined. He didn't let go of her. Instead, he rubbed her chin and asked in Japanese, "Are you Japanese?" The girl's eyes lit up. She replied in Japanese, "Yes, sir." "How did you know?" Shinyu smiled. "When you speak English, you have a Tokyo accent. What's your name?" The girl shyly lowered her eyes. "My name is Junko. I'm an international student from Tokyo. My English is very poor. I made a fool of myself." "That, sir, can I trouble you to let go of me? We can communicate in Japanese. I've learned Japanese." Shinya played with too many sexy girls, but this was the first time he met such a pure girl. His interest was immediately piqued. He reluctantly withdrew his finger and said, "Junko, don't call me sir. Call me you." Under his encouraging gaze, Junko stammered out his name. Her cheeks were frighteningly red. Shinyu chuckled. He felt more and more amused. He rested his chin on his finger. His tone was very gentle, but his words were shocking. He said, "Junko, I need a girl to accompany me tonight. I think you're not bad. What do you want? Just tell me." Junko's bright eyes widened. She looked at him in disbelief. Her face turned from red to white. She looked as if she had been humiliated. She felt so wrong that tears were about to fall. "Mr. Ayu, you're really too much. Although I work in a bar, I'm not that kind of girl. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." She pursed her red lips and tried her best to hold back her tears. She was like a pear blossom in the rain, making people feel pity for her. It had always been girls who enthusiastically threw themselves at him, begging for his love. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be rejected by a girl. Shinyu raised his eyebrows with interest. He smiled faintly and said, "How about 2 million for a night? You're really too much. Do you think money can buy everything? Let me tell you, a girl like me is not something you can afford." Junko angrily raised her chin. Her bright eyes were burning with anger. She was like an elegant and refined white lotus. Even if she was in full bloom in the mud, she still stood proudly, elegant, and dazzling. In the corner of the second floor, Ji-Yuchi was nestled in Shunja's arms. Both of them were wearing earphones. Hearing the girl's angry voice, Ji-Yuchi couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. Aja, I think this Junko is very interesting. She is Shinai in the Meteor Garden. Although she is poor, she has a noble and tenacious heart. Well, such a girl is most popular with rich young masters. You see, Shinyu will definitely be impressed by her. She smiled very happily, her eyebrows curved into the most beautiful crescent moon shape. Her entire person was radiating with a charming luster, like a rose that bloomed passionately and passionately. Shinja liked this side of her very much, and the corners of his lips curled up as well. He stroked her hair and teased, "Why is your little head filled with so many wicked ideas?" She smugly knocked on her own head. "There are a lot of things in my head. Don't let me down in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely have many ways to make you suffer." Shunja sadly sighed. "I have a fierce wife at home. Is it too late for me to regret now?" Ji-Yuchi raised her fist and fiercely said, "You can try." He laughed in a low voice. "I just like my wife. You're so powerful." "Well, good boy." She rewarded him with a kiss. While the two of them were enjoying each other's company, the relationship between Chunyu and Junko was very tense. Junko glared at Chunyu angrily. Chunyu realized that she was different from the girls he usually associated with, so he smiled very gentlemanly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to humiliate you. What I want to say is, I like you very much, Junko." One doesn't hit a smiling person. Since he had apologized, Junko couldn't put on a sour face. She slightly turned her head and softly said, "It's okay. I forgive you, Mr. Yu. I should go back to work. Goodbye." "Wait a minute." Shinyu grabbed her wrist. When she shyly struggled, he timely released her and smiled. "I want to ask you, when are you off work?" She opened her eyes in surprise. "Is there a problem? It's not convenient for a girl like you to go home after work. I'll send you home." "No, no need. Thank you for your kindness." Junko politely refused. "Excuse me, Mr. Yu. I wish you good night." Her delicate figure shuttled through the crowd like a graceful butterfly, causing ripples in Chun Yu's heart. His gaze followed her from beginning to end, seeing her smile at the guests, seeing her being taken advantage of by the unruly guests. He actually felt a kind of anger, although he couldn't tell where this anger came from. Midnight, Junko got off work. She changed out of her work clothes and wore a white dress. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. It was high at the back of her head, adding a bit of lively vitality. She wore flat shoes and slowly walked out of the bar with a smile on her cheeks. She seemed to have thought of something fun. Shinyu sat in the driver's seat and looked at her through the window. There was an indescribable feeling of comfort in his heart. When she was only a few steps away from the car, he opened the door and appeared in front of her. There was a gentle smile on his handsome face as he gently called her name. Junko was taken aback and subconsciously took half a step back. "Mr. Yu, why haven't you left yet?" Catching her vigilant action, Shinyu's eyes were slightly cold, but his smile was still the same. "I'm waiting for you. I said I'll send you home. Thank you for your kindness, but there's really no need. At this time, the road is very dangerous. I'm worried about you being alone." Shinyu paused and said in an apologetic tone, "Take it as an apology for my rudeness just now. Or, you don't want to forgive me?" "No, that matter. I didn't take it to heart. You don't have to mind. Then please get in the car." Shinyu opened the door for her and waited with a smile. Junko had no choice but to politely bow. "Then I'll have to trouble you." From a certain point of view, Ji-Yuchi admired Shinyu. Clearly, at the beginning, because of his rudeness, he had left a bad impression in Junko's heart. However, he did not give up. Instead, he changed his strategy and showed the demeanor of a Casanova. With his elegant manners, profound knowledge, humorous and witty conversation, and some thoughtful actions, he approached Junko step by step. Most girls who were treated like this by him would have a good impression of him. Ji-Yuchi shook her head and sighed. Fortunately, Shinyu was very good at wooing girls. Otherwise, she was really worried that Junko would not be able to continue acting. Thus, in a short half an hour's drive, Shinyu had used his personal charm to win Junko's favor. When they got out of the car, Junko did not reject his farewell kiss. He was very considerate and kissed her cheek. Seeing the girl's blushing face, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He whispered gently in her ear, "Junko, I miss you very much. Can I go to your house for a cup of coffee?" Her ears were a sensitive area. Her body suddenly trembled, and she almost went limp in his arms. Her voice carried a trace of charm. "Really, just a cup of coffee?" He solemnly vowed, "Yes, I like you. I will respect your wishes." She bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. Then, okay, Junko lived in a single apartment. It was clean and tidy, and the room was decorated very warmly. The fragrance of a young girl permeated the air. Being here, Chunyu's entire body relaxed. At the same time, the restless thoughts in his heart became even more active. Looking at the young girl's beautiful face and her skin that was just inches away from his, he really wanted to press her down and fiercely love her. Shinyu was a veteran in the field of love. Of course, he would not act rashly at this time. He had never liked to force people. He had to make Junko willing. The two hugged the coffee cup and chatted. Junko looked at him more and more gently, mixed with the shyness of her first awakening of love. He smiled, thinking that it was about time. "Junko, it's getting late. I should be leaving. You should rest early." "Okay, I'll walk you to the door." Junko's eyes revealed her reluctance to part with him, but he didn't point it out. He smiled and followed her to the door. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly stopped and pulled her into his arms. He bent down and kissed her lips. At first, she was very surprised and allowed him to plunder her gently. Later, she leaned softly in his arms and began to respond to him. The two kissed from the door to the living room and finally to the bedroom. Everything happened so fast that Junko almost did not have time to react before she was pressed under his body. He carefully kissed every inch of her skin. He bit her earlobe and whispered in a low voice, "Can I?" She hesitated for a moment, stretched out her arms, and wrapped them around his neck, taking the initiative to kiss his lips. The two people who were full of passion quickly stripped off each other's clothes. When Shinyu leaned on top of Junko and was about to break through the last layer of defense, Junko suddenly pushed him away and screamed in horror. "Ah, too scary. Your face, what's wrong with your face?" Shinyu was tormented by lust and was at the most difficult moment. After being pushed away by Junko, he was a little unhappy. But when he heard her scream in panic, his heart tightened, and he quickly touched his cheek. "What's wrong with my face?" God, he didn't know if he didn't touch it. But when he touched it, he was shocked. His cheeks were full of rice-sized bumps. He looked around and saw that his arms were also full of red bumps. "What's going on? What's going on?" His eyes were terrifying. He suddenly grabbed Junko's wrist. "Do you have some disease that you passed to me?" Ad. Hongsha 866. Chapter 905. Junko's beautiful face turned pale and quickly shook her head. "Of course not. I am very healthy." "Ayu, how can you say that about me? I am too sad. You go, I don't want to see you anymore." She angrily pushed him away, forgetting that she was still naked. When she reacted and wanted to wrap herself with the blanket, Shinyu pressed her down again. His dark eyes were like the sky covered by dark clouds. He coldly said, "Before I met you, I was all right. How can I suddenly become like this? You can't go. You have to give me an explanation." The goosebumps on his cheeks and body began to itch, coupled with the unrelieved desire in his abdomen. He was like a fish being roasted on a fire. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Junko said with tears in her eyes, "You are too much. Who knows if you're allergic to something? Now you want to blame it on me. I really regret that I was blind to fall in love with you." Shinyu remained unmoved, still maintaining his coercive posture. Compared to the affectionate look just now, he was like a different person. His slender fingers were stuck on her neck as he coldly said, "Allergic? Oh, that's funny. I am allergic to seafood. But tonight, I didn't touch those things at all." Hurry up and tell me who sent you to approach me. If you don't tell me, I will immediately break your neck. No, don't hurt me. Junko was so scared that her tears fell down. Suddenly, she thought of something and her face turned pale. She stammered, I know what's going on. Speak. I beg you, let me go first. You like this? I am scared. Trash. Shinyu coldly snorted and loosened his hand, but he still pressed her down, guarding against her sudden movement. It's like this. She shyly lowered her eyes and whispered, You didn't touch seafood, but I ate seafood before I got off work. Just now we kissed. Maybe my lips and mouth still have some. Shinyu sternly roared, Shut up. His stomach churned. When he thought about kissing her and exchanging saliva with her, he felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Damn it. He really wanted to throw himself into disinfectant and wash himself. The more he looked at Junko, the more he felt disgusted with her. Shinyu's mind was completely dispelled, and even the thing between his legs also softened. He angrily got out of bed and quickly walked into the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, his whole body was covered with red bumps. The most serious one was his face, and it was almost impossible to see his original appearance. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He fiercely punched the mirror, and with a bang, the mirror shattered into a pile of fragments. He turned on the shower and vigorously scrubbed his skin. He wished he could use a knife to cut off that layer of terrible red bumps. When he came out of the bathroom, Junko was gone, and the room was in a mess. He coldly snorted and guessed that the woman was afraid of his revenge and must have run away. He was very angry and really wanted to retaliate against her. But since she had escaped, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He put on his clothes and quickly left this annoying place. When he was picking up his car in the parking lot, he met several people who came back late. When those people saw him, they all screamed in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. The blue veins on Shunyu's forehead jumped. If he wasn't afraid of trouble, he really wanted to kill these people and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Enduring the itching all over his body, he drove to the hospital as fast as he could. After the doctor examined him, he said, Sir, this is acute hives caused by allergy. Don't worry, I will prescribe you some anti-allergy medicine, and you will get better. Sure enough, it was an allergy caused by kissing. Shinyu was about to go crazy because of this ruthless fact. He was lying in the VIP ward with an 4 drip on his wrist. In his heart, he tortured Junko again and again. He secretly thought that if he met Junko again, he would not let her go. Junko, who was cursed by him, was wearing a black skull t-shirt and a pair of ripped jeans. Chewing gum in her mouth, she swiped the room card to open the door of a 5-star hotel. She jumped and threw herself on the soft mattress. Rubbing her cheek against the quilt, she muttered with satisfaction, It's so comfortable. I can finally have my beauty sleep. The next day, the sun was bright and the fresh and comfortable sea breeze was blowing. On the balcony's recliner, a fair-skinned woman was lazily basking in the sun. She was wearing sunglasses on the bridge of her nose and a Bluetooth headset in her ear. Her tone was brisk as she talked to someone. Dear, I let you and the boss hear the whole live broadcast last night. How was it? Were you satisfied with my service? This tone and way of speaking was very unique. It was Blue Snow, Aze's second sister, who was good at role-playing and liked to deceive all kinds of men. Ji-Yuchi and Shun just strolled on the beach, looking at the place where the sea met the sky. Ji-Yuchi laughed softly. I'm very satisfied, dear. I was just mentioning it. I didn't expect you to really have that kind of allergic medicine. You're really amazing. I love you to death. Blue Snow giggled. Don't. Be careful that the boss is jealous. Those medicines were actually made by my eldest sister. You may not know, but she likes to tinker with all kinds of strange things. If you meet her in the future, don't touch anything she gives you. Otherwise, you'll have a good time. Remember my reminder, dear. Blue Snow and Aze's eldest sister was called Lan Fei. Her name was very lowly, but in fact, she was frighteningly mature. She liked to research strange drugs. Whoever dared to offend her would be waiting to be used as a human test subject. One was a devil, and the other was a weirdo. Jiyuchi thought of Aze's evaluation of Lan Fei and Blue Snow. 3 black lines slid down her forehead. She smiled and said, "I'll remember, dear. It's been hard on you last night. I'm really sorry to ask you to help me when you're on vacation. Why are you so polite? You know that I like to do those things. If there's such a good thing in the future, leave it for me." After saying that, she suddenly smirked twice and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. Chen Yu's figure is pretty good. If it wasn't for the fact that I drug him and made him full of bumps, I would really want to do it with him." "Second sister, you're so bold." "Ha ha, I'm just teasing you. I'm a pure and good girl. I can kiss and touch, but I can't do it. You know?" She really wanted to kneel down to her bold second sister. "Dear, let me tell you a secret. The medicine I made for Shun Yu will not only make him allergic, but also make him unable to get hard for a month." Although Jiyuchi was a little embarrassed, she still gave her face and laughed. "Really? Your big sister is really amazing. She can actually make that kind of medicine." Blue Snow's tone was regretful. If only Shun Yu could not get hard for the rest of his life. In the face of delicious beauties, he can only look but not eat. Hee, a man like him who can't leave women will definitely feel like his heart is being twisted by a knife and suffer inhumane torture. If that's the case, aren't you afraid that he'll chase after you? Your true face has been seen by him. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll go to Korea for plastic surgery. Anyway, I'm already tired of looking at my own face and want to change it for a new one. Sister Blue Snow, I really admire you. You can live so freely. Blue Snow gave people the feeling that she did as she pleased. As long as it was something she liked, she would do it no matter how dangerous it was. At the same time, no one could force her to do something she didn't like. Blue Snow smiled evilly. "Actually, you could do it too. But if you want to play with men, forget it. Boss is always watching you." She was talking about being free, not playing with men. The two women had been chatting for more than 5 minutes, and they even talked about playing with men. Boss was very dissatisfied. He tightened his grip on Jiyuchi's waist and leaned closer to her. His cold voice was transmitted to Blue Snow's ear through the phone. "If you dare to lead Yuchi astray again, your leave will be shortened by a week." Blue Snow cried out, "Boss, I'm innocent. I didn't say anything." Seeing that young Master Shun was about to flip out, Jiyuchi hurriedly said, "That's it then. Dear, we'll contact each other next time." After hanging up the phone, she rubbed against his chest to please him. "Aja, let's go diving, okay? Don't interact with Blue Snow in the future. She's actually quite good. Boo-hoo, don't pinch my nose." "Okay, I promise I won't talk to her about those unhealthy things in the future." The pair of jade lovers interlocked their fingers and walked further and further away on the beach. The hives on Shun Yu's body had stopped itching, but the lumps had not dissipated. He still looked a little scary. He was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. He did not want others to see his ugly appearance, so he locked himself in the hospital ward to recuperate and did not go anywhere. According to the original plan, he had to return to China tomorrow. He had no choice but to postpone his trip by 2 days. Just as he finished his call to inform 13 to change his schedule, his assistant in China suddenly called. "Mr. Shun, there's a rumor that Wang Fuhai is planning to sell his shares privately, and he's in contact with our rival, Zhongxin Technology Company. The chairman wants you to return to China immediately and negotiate with Wang Fuhai to buy his shares first." Shin Yu frowned. "Where's the chairman?" "The chairman left for Southeast Asia yesterday for an inspection. He didn't have time to call you because he was pressed for time." Shin Yu frowned even more. "Okay, I got it. I'll rush back today. Get someone to keep an eye on Wang Fuhai. No matter what method you use, you must stall for time until I return." ******. Although Shan Yu cared a lot about his reputation, the shares of his Shun group were more important. He and Shun Jinhao only held 40% of the shares in total. In addition to the 10% that Shunja inherited from his mother, the shares held by the Shun family had an absolute advantage in the board of directors. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Shun Jinhao to take the position of chairman. Come and see. Xinwu 799. Chapter 906. This was also the reason why Shanja was able to restrain Shen Jianhao and his son. If Wang Fuhai's 10% shares could be obtained by Shunyu, then the father and son would no longer have to worry about Shunjia. Shunyu made a prompt decision and immediately contacted 13 to change his ticket to the afternoon flight. As for Shunjia, he also received a call from the country. After ending the call, the corner of his lips raised into a mysterious smile, and he rubbed Ji Yuqi's hair. Didn't you want to see Shinyu's appearance full of bumps? I'll take you to see you in the afternoon. How about it? Go to the hospital? What if he asks how we know he's sick? How are we going to answer? Not to the hospital, to the airport. He's going back to China this afternoon. Ji Yuqi blinked, thought for a moment, and said, then let's go back to China and take the same flight as him. Let's anger him to death. Shunjia couldn't help but laugh. All right. How did you know he was going back to China this afternoon? Ji Yuqi's face was full of admiration. Their family Shunjia was almost like a living immortal. A shareholder of the board of directors intends to sell his shares privately. When the news reached the ears of Shen Jianhao and his son, they will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. Shen Jianhao just went to Southeast Asia on a business trip, so Shinyu can only come forward to negotiate with the shareholder. So I guess Shinyu will definitely take the afternoon flight back home. So that's how it is. Then you should hurry back and talk to that shareholder. It's best if you buy the shares in your hands. Shunjia gently kissed her forehead and said softly, there's no hurry. That 10% of shares will fall into my hands sooner or later. I've already made the arrangements. Aja, you're amazing. Ji Yuqi hugged his neck and praised him, her eyes filled with worship. This caused Shunjia's pride to rapidly swell. He hugged her very tightly. For their future, he would become even more powerful and take back those things that belonged to him. Airport, VIP lounge. There were a few passengers sitting in 2s and 3s waiting to board the plane. One of them was very eye-catching. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. The buttons on his neck were all buttoned up to the first one. He was wearing sunglasses that covered half of his face and a white mask, covering himself very tightly. This person was Shunyu. He was indifferent to the surrounding gazes, seriously looking at the tablet. On the tablet, there were electronic documents sent to him by his assistant that he needed to review. A beautiful stewardess accompanied by 2 security personnel walked to Shunyu's side. She politely bowed and said, I'm sorry, sir. Please show us your ID. We want to verify your identity. Shunyu impatiently. He looked to the people in front of him. He frowned and said, What's going on? Didn't you already show us your ID before entering the lounge? The stewardess smiled politely. I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble. He turned to look to 13 to look and to turn. And 13 nodded. After you. You to confirm. To confirm you to 2s to confirm you to verify. To 2s to check. You to verify. To check to verify. To confirm to verify. Confirm? To verify to the end. You use stu of them. Of to verify. To verify. To verify. To verify. Stu verify. To verify to. To you to check. Used to his stews to stew stilly while speaking, his whole body emitted a cold and domineering aura. The stewardess calmly smiled and said, I'm sorry, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I can't tell you the reason. If you don't want to cooperate, please come with us. Shinyu had never been insulted like this before. He immediately became furious and snapped. Are you trying to imprison me illegally? You misunderstood, sir. I just want to ask you to come to the examination room for our inspection. Shinyu suddenly stood up. His sharp eyes stared at the stewardess and coldly said, Your practice has violated my rights. Before you tell me the reason for the inspection, I have the right to refuse to cooperate with you. 13. Immediately contact my lawyer. I want to talk to the local tourism bureau directly. Their dispute has attracted the attention of everyone in the lounge. Everyone turned their attention to them. The stewardess' smile was somewhat stiff. She awkwardly said, Sir, as long as you come with me to the examination room, I will tell you the reason. Shinyu slightly raised his chin. His whole body emitted an arrogant aura. He lightly said, Before I get the reason, I will not cooperate with you." The stewardess hesitated for a few seconds and helplessly said, "Well, I can tell you. The airport received a report that terrorists have sneaked into the airport and are preparing to board the plane to China. So we have to check the suspicious passengers again. In order to avoid causing panic among the other passengers, they could not reveal the reason before the inspection. However, encountering a difficult passenger like Shunyu, she had no other choice. As soon as her voice fell, Shunyu angrily questioned, "You actually think I'm suspicious?" If there was no mask covering his face, the stewardess would have been able to see Shunyu's ashen face. The stewardess apologized. "I'm sorry." The surrounding people silently agreed. That man was fully armed and had a fierce bodyguard by his side. He indeed looked suspicious. A Chinese old lady muttered, "Young man, I think you should take off your mask and glasses. If you're not a terrorist, they won't do anything to you." Most of the people sitting here were Chinese. Everyone agreed. "That's right, friend. Let the stewardess check it out. It's not like anything will happen. We're about to board the plane. Don't waste the airport staff's time. Let them quickly find the terrorists. Otherwise, when we get on the plane, we won't feel at ease. This is a matter of life and death." That's right, that's right. As everyone chimed in, the airport's boarding announcement rang. "Passengers heading to Beijing, China, please note, your flight CA-838 is now boarding. Please bring your belongings, show your boarding pass, and board the plane from Gate 3. I wish you a pleasant journey." "Thank you. It's already boarding. What should we do? Since there are terrorists, should we postpone the flight?" The surrounding passengers discussed in low voices. From time to time, they would look at Shunyu, as if blaming him for wasting the airport staff's time. Of course, Shunyu would not put them in his eyes. However, he was in a hurry to return home. If he missed this flight, he would have to wait for several hours. Moreover, he would have to transfer from other areas. It would be too troublesome, so he had no choice but to cooperate with the stewardess. With a cold face, he followed the stewardess to the security inspection room. With a tough attitude, Shunyu drove away the rest of the people, leaving only the stewardess and a security guard. When he took off his sunglasses and mask, the stewardess and the security guard were surprised. He expressionlessly said, "My skin is allergic. I was worried about scaring others, so I covered it up. If you misunderstood me as a terrorist, I would like to express my indignation at your actions." The stewardess apologetically bowed. "I'm really sorry." After confirming his identity, he was finally allowed to board the plane. This was the worst trip that Shunyu had ever experienced, bar none. His mood was terrible. With a belly full of anger, he came to his seat under the stewardess's guidance. The next second, seeing the two people sitting in the back row, Shunyu had the urge to immediately jump off the plane. Ji-Yuchi waved at Shunyu and said with a smile, "Hi, second young master Shun, we meet again. Oh my god, in such a hot weather. Why are you wearing sunglasses and a mask? I almost didn't recognize you." The sunglasses covered the burning anger in Shunyu's eyes, but also couldn't cover his clenched fists. Ji-Yuchi smiled even more happily. "I didn't expect that we would sit on the same plane. It's really fate. Don't you think so, second brother?" "Second brother? Damn, what kind of a dress is this? This woman, what should I do if I want to kick her off the plane?" Shunyu snorted with a fake smile. "Yes, it's really a coincidence." His whole body exuded a dark aura of "I'm very unhappy." Ji-Yuchi, who was lucky enough to witness him being taken away by the stewardess and the security guard, wanted to laugh out loud. She simply admired Shunja. He actually thought of such a wicked way to anonymously call the airport and report that he saw a terrorist sneaking into the airport. In this way, Shunyu, who was wrapped up tightly, became the #1 suspect. That was why there was such an embarrassing scene in the lounge. Although Shanja's actions were suspected of disrupting the order of the airport, a strange combination of factors led to the discovery of a terrorist when the airport security guard was investigating the suspicious passengers. That terrorist sewed a plastic bomb to the crotch of his NEI pants. After detonating, it was enough to blow up a plane. After the terrorist was arrested, the airport staff and the passengers who knew about it all broke out in cold sweat. They were silently grateful to the person who reported it in their hearts. As for Shunja and Jiyuchi, they had no idea that the terrorist was really found. After more than 10 hours of flight, they boarded Shunja's private plane at the Capital International Airport and flew to Ing City. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, the plane landed at Ing City Airport. Liang Yu had been waiting outside the airport for a long time. When he finally saw his boss and his future wife walking out side by side, he quickly went forward to welcome them. Eldest young master, Miss Ji, you must have had a hard journey. The car is ready. Shunja nodded. He held Jiyuchi's hand and followed Liang Yu to the car park. After getting in the car, he ordered Liang Yuan, who was driving in front, send us to the Ji family first. Jiyuchi held his hand and smiled. If you're busy, let Liang Yuan send you to the company first. I'll go back alone later. Shunja held her hand tightly. I'm not busy. I'll send you. Liang Yu really wanted to find a ball of cotton to plug his ears. That way, he wouldn't be conflicted about whether or not to remind his boss. Shinya had also arrived in Ing City and was rushing to Wang Fuhai's residence. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 907. In the end, he mustered up his courage and interrupted the warm and beautiful atmosphere in the car. Eldest young master, Shinyu arrived in Ing City 20 minutes ago. He should be on his way to Wang Fuhai's house now. Shinja's expression did not change much. His tone was extremely calm. Let him go. It was just a few simple words, but Liang Yu could tell that he had a card up his sleeve. It seemed that everything was already under his control. Strategizing, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. No wonder he was the big boss that he respected the most. Shunja sent Jiyuchi to the entrance of the Ji family's house. After the two hugged and said goodbye, Jiyuchi watched his car drive onto the road. She hummed a little tune and walked into the house with relaxed steps. She thought that Chen Tingfang and her father's divorce was settled, and she would never have to see Chen Tingfang again. She did not expect that the person sitting upright on the sofa was the person she did not want to see. Oh, Yuchi is back. Was it fun going out with your boyfriend? Was that woman with a kind smile really the Chen Tingfang who had fought with her father for the family property until her face turned red? What on earth had happened during the week she had been traveling? Jiyuchi's mind was full of questions, but she still maintained a decent smile on her face. She said lightly, Annie-chun, I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again this time. Look at you, child. What nonsense are you saying? We are a family. How could I not see you? Auntie Lee, Miss is back. Hurry up and bring me a bowl of soup I made. Yuchi, you must be hungry after such a long flight. Have some soup to warm your stomach. Chen Tingfang was very enthusiastic, just like when she first married into the family. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Jiyuchi was secretly vigilant, but the smile on her face did not change. No need, Auntie-chun. I ate on the plane. I'm not hungry at all. I'm just a little tired. Then hurry upstairs and rest. What do you want to eat for lunch? Annie will ask the kitchen to prepare it for you. Everything is fine. I'm not picky. Auntie, I'll go upstairs first. Jiyuchi took a shower, changed her clothes, and lay on the comfortable fabric sofa in the bedroom. While wiping her wet hair with a towel, she dialed Ji Yunhan's number. At this time, he should have finished school. Hello, sister, you're back? The young man's excited voice was transmitted to her ear through the phone. She smiled and said, Yes, I'm back. Did you miss me? I don't want to. You and Shunja ran out to play and left me alone at home. I'm bored to death. You're too disloyal. You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and bite me. Jiyuchi bickered with him for a while and started to talk business. Ahan, what's going on with Chen Tingfang? Why is she still living at home? Ji Yunhan sighed like an old man. Don't mention it. Dad said that he can't get a divorce for the time being. The two scourges, Chen Tingfang and Yi Zisu, have to continue living in our house. What happened? On the third day after you left, Chen Tingfang's cousin, Lu Jianfeng, suddenly came to visit. He chatted with Dad in the study for the whole afternoon. I don't know what they talked about, but that night, Dad told me that he won't get a divorce for the time being. I asked him why, but he refused to tell me. I'm guessing that Lu Jianfeng must have threatened Dad. Ji Yuqi frowned. Ahan's words made sense. Dad's change of heart must have had something to do with Lu Jianfeng. Sis, there's one more thing. After Lu Jianfeng came to visit our house, Chen Tingfeng and Yi Zhisu made up. Also, Yi Zhisu stopped going to nightclubs and went back to being the innocent little white flower she used to be. Ji Yuqi pinched the space between her eyebrows and sighed. It seems that a lot of things have happened while I was away. One last thing, sis. Brother Tang came to look for you. Brother Tang was referring to Tang Feng. Ever since Ji Yuqi rejected his proposal, the two of them had not contacted each other. She did not expect him to come to her house to look for her. She asked in surprise, "Why was he looking for me?" Brother Tang said that he's going to England for his postgraduate studies. He has already received an offer from Cambridge University. That's great. Congratulations to him. Ji Yunhan was silent for a moment before he said, "Sis, you should give Brother Tang a call and congratulate him in person. When he came to look for you that day, you weren't around." He looked very disappointed. The name Tang Feng ran through her mind over and over again. From time to time, memories of her childhood flashed through her mind. Ji Yuqi sighed and finally picked up her phone to call him. The phone rang twice, and she heard his deep voice. "Yuqi?" Ji Yuqi pretended to laugh lightly. "Brother Tang Feng, I heard from Ahan that you've received an offer from Cambridge University. Congratulations." The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Thank you." Ji Yuqi scratched the back of the sofa with her fingers and smiled sweetly. "Brother Tang Feng, how are Grandpa and Grandma Tang? I brought them gifts from abroad. I'll bring them to them tomorrow. Is it convenient?" "Yes, it's convenient for you to come over whenever you want." After learning that he had been accepted, Tang Feng had a lot to say to Yuqi. When he mustered up the courage to go to her house, Ahan told him that she was traveling abroad with a friend. Tang Feng's enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. He thought that she was in love. The so-called friend must be her boyfriend. He asked Ahan for confirmation, and Ahan admitted it. Although he already knew that he couldn't win back Yuqi's feelings and tried his best to forget her, he still couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he learned that she was dating Shinja. Ji Yuqi pretended not to hear the pain in his voice. "Brother Tang Feng, I'll see you tomorrow." "Okay." Dead silence returned to his ears. Tang Feng looked at the phone in his hand and bitterly pursed his lips. That night, the whole family had dinner together. Ji Bowen hadn't seen his daughter for a few days and missed her very much. He kept putting food in her bowl and piling it up like a small hill. Ji Yunhan said childishly, "Dad, you're biased. You value girls more than boys." Ji Bowen deliberately scolded with a straight face. "Girls should be pampered and boys should be rough. Otherwise, how can you grow up to be an indomitable man?" "Dad, you're looking for excuses for your bias," Ji Yunhan said with dissatisfaction, but his face was full of smiles. On the table that had long been lifeless, the laughter of the past was finally restored. Ji Yuqi secretly observed for a long time and realized that although Chen Tingfeng and Yi Zhisu seemed to have reconciled on the surface, they were actually divided at heart. Well, there was Xiao Han between the two of them, so how could there not be a barrier? As the saying goes, a broken mirror is hard to mend. They were just maintaining harmony on the surface. After dinner, Ji Yuqi gave the gifts she bought from Hawaii to everyone one by one. Yi Zhisu looked like a close sister and thanked her affectionately. Chen Tingfeng was also very enthusiastic. She couldn't wait to hug Ji Yuqi and shout, "Good daughter." The two siblings, Ji Yuqi and Ji Yunhan, were thunderstruck by the mother and daughter's exaggerated performance. They tried their best not to get goosebumps all over their bodies. The whole family gathered together and chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. Ji Bowen went to the study. Ji Yuqi followed in and muttered unhappily, "Dad, didn't you want to divorce Annie Chin? Why aren't you divorcing her?" Ji Bowen sighed. "Chi-Chi, I know that you and Ahan don't like her, but Dad is also very helpless. There are some things that I can't control. Chi-Chi, I've already talked to her. She won't cause trouble for you and Ahan in the future. Just hold on for a few more years, okay? Dad, tell me the truth. Did Lu Jianfeng threaten you?" Ahan told you, right? Ji Bowen pinched his eyebrows. You're still young. Don't worry about these things for the time being. Don't think too much about it. Dad will take care of it. Dad, I'm not young anymore. Just tell me. Ji Yuqi shook his arm coquettishly. Dad, after I graduate, I'll enter the G group. If you keep hiding everything from me now and shield me from the wind and rain, how can I grow and manage the company in the future? You should let me know about these things earlier. All right, all right. I really don't know what to do with you. Ji Bowen was moved by her words. He deliberated for a while and said, Lu Jianfeng is about to be transferred to Ing City and become the leader of Ing City. You know that although our Ji family's business is very big, we rarely come into contact with the ways of the government. If he casually sets a trap for us, we'll fall into it. A few days ago, he came to visit me. During our conversation, he mentioned a few investments made by the G Group. He even said that there might be financial problems. Tell me, if this isn't a clear threat, then what is? As he spoke, his chest rose and fell rapidly. His expression was very ugly. Ji Yuqi patted his chest tenderly and said softly, Dad, don't be agitated. Take a deep breath. Ji Bowen shook his head. I'm fine. Lu Jianfeng is in the limelight now. I have to give him some face. It's just that you and Ahan will have to suffer. Dad, don't worry. Even if Chen Tingfang stays in our house, Ahan and I won't let her bully us. Ji Yuqi gritted her teeth. Her beautiful face was filled with determination. Dad, Lu Jianfeng won't be able to be arrogant for long. Once he falls, Chen Tingfang will have no backing. Let's see how long they can be arrogant for. She thought to herself, Lu Jianfeng, I originally wanted to stay out of your way. I didn't expect you to interfere with the Ji family's affairs. Don't blame me for being heartless. After Shen Yu rushed back from Hawaii, he immediately went to Wang Fuhai's house. He went straight to the point and said that he wanted to buy the shares in his hands. He didn't expect Wang Fuhai to say that the shares had been sold to Zhongxin Technology. He suppressed his anger and said sternly, How can you sell the shares in private? You're harming the company's interests. Wang Fuhai already had the money from selling the shares in his hands. He didn't put Shen Yu in his eyes. He sneered, Second young master Shun, it's because I have someone like you as the CEO that I have to plan for my own future. Do you want me to wait for you to squander the Shun family group before I think for myself? Humph, before you accuse others, please consider your own weight. Do you really think you're the owner of the Shun family group? Shen Yu was furious. In the past, when the board of directors convened, there were indeed many directors who didn't give him face and found fault with him. However, no one dared to be so explicit. He couldn't stand being insulted like this. He stood up and glared at Wang Fuhai. Wang Fuhai, don't be complacent. I'll make you pay for today's actions. Wang Fuhai also stood up. Although he didn't have the advantage in height, his aura didn't lose to the young man. He said coldly and arrogantly, What other abilities do you have? Use them all. Are you going to send someone to break my car, create a car accident, or kidnap my child? At that time, in order to stop Wang Fuhai from selling the shares, Shen Yu specifically told his assistant to delay the time no matter what means he used. The assistant was also from the underground organization. The method he came up with was also quite bad. First, he asked someone to break Wang Fuhai's car so that he couldn't go out. Then he asked someone to create a small car accident to hurt Wang Fuhai so that he couldn't negotiate with the people of Zhongxin Technology on schedule. But Shen Yu's assistant never thought that Shenzhe had already sent people to secretly protect Wang Fuhai and resolved all the crises. At the same time, he also let Wang Fuhai see Shen Yu's despicable character. That's why Wang Fuhai hated Shen Yu so much and said those mocking words. Shen Yu was blocked by Wang Fuhai's words. His cold aura instantly dissipated by half. He stared at Wang Fuhai expressionlessly and coldly said, I'll let you know my methods. Wang Fuhai sneered. If you have any methods, just use them. However, Shen Yu, I want to remind you, don't go too far. As the saying goes, leave a line for everything so that we can meet in the future. Maybe you, the second young master Shun, will beg me. So why be so aggressive? Shen Yu coldly snorted, Good, very good. Let's see who will beg who in the future. Wang Fuhai relied on foreign trade to make a fortune. He has a lot of connections overseas. But compared to Xunyu, he can only be regarded as a small child. Xunyu has a friendship with the international hacker Great White Shark, and Great White Shark has a lot of underground organizations. So, indirectly, Xunyu also has some connections with the underground organizations. If he wanted to quietly destroy Wang Fuhai's overseas business, it would not be difficult. However, he never expected that Wang Fuhai would change into the vice chairman of Zhongxin Technology and become his real opponent in name. Zhongxin Technology, chairman and president office. Wang Fuhai symbolically knocked on the door and walked into the office. Looking at the young man sitting on the chair, he smiled and said, "Mr. Shun, I'm here to report." "Uncle Wang, aren't you making fun of me? Just call me by my name in the future." Shun just stood up to greet him. On his usually cold and handsome face, a faint smile appeared. His tone was sincere. "Uncle Wang, thank you for supporting me. Why are you so polite? I was also entrusted by your grandfather." Wang Fuhai's chubby body leaned on the back of the chair. His face showed a kind smile. "I'm really very happy to see you grow up." Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 908. Wang Fuhai is actually the son of Shun Zhe's grandfather, Qin Tianyu's good friend. He grew up with Shun Zhe's mother, Qin Yuelon. After Qin Yuelon passed away, Qin Tianyu asked him to take care of Shun Zhe. That's why Wang Fuhai bought a large amount of Shun Group's shares and eventually became one of the most important directors. Before Shun Zhe returned to China, he had quietly established Zhongxin Technology with Wang Fuhai's help. The development of Zhongxin Technology is also due to his contribution. After Shun Zhe returned to China, he encountered a lot of pressure when he first entered the Shun Group. It was also Wang Fuhai who secretly helped him. But now, Shun Zhe has the strength to compete with the Shun Group. Therefore, Wang Fuhai retired and transferred 10% of his shares to Zhongxin Technology and became the vice chairman of Zhongxin Technology. Shun Zhe was grateful for what he had done and sincerely said, "Uncle Wang, if it wasn't for your support, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. In the future, as long as I, Shun Zhe, am around, Zhongxin Technology will definitely not treat you unfairly." The child in front of him grew up from an autistic child to today's all-powerful and independent company's person in charge. Wang Fuhai could understand the sadness in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat and scolded with a smile. "Brat, why are you talking about this? If your mother saw you like this, she would be so happy that she would cry." "Uncle Wang, you seem to be crying." Shun Zhe made a rare joke. "How could I? My eyes are filled with sand." Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me, what's your next plan?" While the atmosphere here was warm, the Shun family study room was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Shun Jinhao just returned from a business trip abroad and heard that Wang Fuhai sold his shares to Zhongxin Technology and became the vice chairman of Zhongxin Technology. This made his mood extremely bad. With a pale face, he said, "Zhongxin Technology, do you know anything about this company?" Xunyu's face was also not good. He said in a deep voice, "Zhongxin Technology is a high-tech company established 4 years ago. It mainly engages in software development, game development, and other businesses. 2 years ago, it began to expand into real estate, tourism, and other industries. It's now a strong competitor of the Shin Group." "Who's in charge of the company?" "The chairman and CEO of Zhongxin Technology. It's said that he's a foreigner and has never shown his face." "It's said?" Shin Jianhao's temper was very bad. He couldn't help but vent his anger. "Don't you have a lot of connections? Why can't you find out anything about this?" "Dad, the other party's background is not small. How can we find out everything just like that? I feel that the most important thing right now isn't to find out who is responsible, but to stabilize the hearts of the people. There are a few old men on the board who have a good relationship with Wang Fuhai, and we have to prevent them from rebelling. In addition, when the news of high-tech acquiring 10% of the Shun family shares is announced, it will definitely cause a certain amount of panic. We need to prepare for it in advance. At this point, complaining wouldn't solve anything. Shun Jianhao also calmed down and discussed with Chun Yu how to deal with this. 2 days later, the news of Zhongxin Technology Company's intention to acquire the Shun's group was spread. Most people laughed it off. What was Zhongxin Technology Company? A company that had not even been established for 4 years. How could they acquire the largest corporation in Ing City? The Shun's group? Stop joking around. The Shun Corporation did not take this rumor seriously at all. They continued to do what they were supposed to do. The previously low-key president, Shun Yu, gradually became high-profile. He began to accept media interviews and frequently appeared at charity events. He told everyone with practical actions that the Shun Corporation was very stable and would not be affected by the acquisition storm. However, the board of directors did not think so. More than half of the directors requested for a board meeting to have Shun Yu explain the acquisition of shares by Zhongxin Technology Company. The few directors who were close to Wang Fuhai severely criticized Shun Yu for not fulfilling his duties as the president. They felt that he was not a qualified manager. A white-haired director said mercilessly, "I think that if the Shun's group wants to develop, we need to change to someone more capable and more daring than Shun Yu to take charge of the situation." Shun Yu's face was gloomy. "Director Zhang, if you feel that I am not suitable for the position of president, then who do you think is more suitable?" Director Zhang said expressionlessly, "I think Shenjia is more suitable. Although his experience in the Shun's group is not as good as yours, from the few things he has done after entering the Shun's group, we can see that he is more daring than you. The president is the executive of a company. He must be far-sighted and have the ability to strategize. We have all seen last year's financial report. Since Shunjia returned to the country, the company's operations have become more efficient. Moreover, the company's net profit has increased by 20%. This is the total increase of the company's profits in the 3 years that you have led the company." His words were powerful and resonant, and the large conference room immediately became silent. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, someone finally spoke up for Shun Yu. "Director Zhang, it seems that you've gone a bit too far. Shunjia is only the vice president. Many of the things he did were done with Shun Yu's approval. At the end of the day, it's still Shun Yu's outstanding vision and tolerance. An excellent leader not only needs to be farsighted, but also needs to know how to use people." Director Zhang retorted, "Know how to use people?" Before Shunjia came back, most of the company's middle and high-level managers were Shun Yu's trusted aides. In the end, they were unclear about their duties, evaded responsibility, used their power for personal gain, embezzled the company's public funds, and even colluded with competitors. Is this how he knows how to use people? The person who spoke well of Shun Yu was questioned until he was speechless, and another person immediately stepped forward to analyze Shunjia's shortcomings. As a result, the board of directors turned into a vegetable market. Everyone was divided into 2 groups. One group was led by Director Zhang, who supported Shunjia to seize the position of president. The other group was led by Shan Jianhao, who supported Shun Yu to continue to be the president. The 2 groups quarreled for more than an hour without convincing each other. Finally, Shun Jianhao said, "I propose that we vote." Everyone agreed. Finally, it was unanimously decided that for 2 months, the board of directors would examine the decision-making and leadership ability of the current president and vice president, and then vote to elect the new president. In other words, starting from this decision, Shunjia was no longer under Shun Yu's control. He could bypass Shun Yu and make management decisions. After the meeting was over, only Shunjia and Shun Yu were left in the large conference room. Shun Yu said with a smile, "Brother, congratulations." Shunjia said indifferently, "It won't be too late for you to congratulate me when I'm promoted to president." Shun Yu laughed gloomily. For today's show, you must have spent a lot of effort. In order to make those old things stand on your side, what benefits did you give them? This sentence, I should be the one asking you. What on earth did you do to make those people stand on your side? His tone was very calm, and his deep eyes were like the dangerous deep sea. Even if he didn't reveal the slightest bit of it, Shun Yu could hear the contempt in his words. The veins on Shun Yu's forehead jumped. He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't let you succeed. This position is mine." Shunja didn't say a word. He expressionlessly brushed past him. It seemed that he disdained to continue the boring conversation between the two of them. Shinyu was about to go crazy. His handsome face was distorted with anger. He secretly swore in his heart that he must defeat him and trample him under his feet. That night, Shinyu wanted to find a woman to relax and adjust his mood. He asked his assistant to call a young model. The two of them had a candlelight dinner in his apartment. Then they got to the point. The young model skillfully teased him, but he didn't have the slightest reaction. The young model tried her best to serve him, but he still didn't respond. Shinyu flew into a rage out of humiliation and pushed the young model away. "Go away, I'm not in the mood tonight." The young model aggrievedly got up from the ground and put on her clothes. She pitifully glanced at him a few times. When she found that he didn't have any intention to stay, she reluctantly left. Shinyu angrily threw the vase to the ground. He firmly refused to accept the fact that he couldn't. He thought that the young model wasn't good enough and didn't arouse his interest. So, he didn't give up. He called the hottest and most skilled female companion. The female companion was wearing a sexy halter dress. Her chest squeezed out a deep ravine. She swayed her waist and buttocks. With a seductive look in her eyes, she kept sending electricity to him. Her hands were wandering around the sensitive areas of his body. Damn it, there was still no reaction. Shinyu violently shook off his female companion. "Go away, I don't need you." The female companion coquettishly stomped her feet, hugged her clothes, and ran away. But in her heart, she was thinking, could it be that second young master Shun couldn't? It seemed that she would have to find another financial backer in the future. After all, who would be willing to serve a waste? The other sisters still didn't know about this. She had to tell them not to dream of marrying into the Shun family. Shinyu's private life was chaotic. Many of his women knew about the existence of other people. Some of them even established friendships. So, the news that second young master Shun's masculinity was no longer as strong as it had grown wings and quickly spread throughout that circle. Of course, Ji-Yuchi's credit was also indispensable. "Hey, I heard that the CEO of Shun Group can't do it anymore." Didn't they say that his golden gun won't fall 7 times a night? That was in the past. Now, he can't do it anymore. I think it's because he played with too many women. Isn't it just as long as you work hard, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle? Later, the conversation between these women was overheard by the men. From time to time, the playboy who had dealings with Shun Yu would come in front of him and stare at a certain part of his body with ill intentions. He laughed evilly and said, "Second young master Shun, I heard that you can't do it anymore. Do you want me to introduce a doctor to you?" A man's dignity was insulted. Shinyu was so angry that his face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who told you?" Now that everyone has spread the news, the women in the circle don't dare to look for you to play. Shinyu almost crushed the wine glass. Only 2 people knew about that matter. It must have been those 2 bitches who spread the news. As a result, those 2 pitiful women quickly suffered Shun Yu's revenge. One was kicked out of the modeling circle and couldn't even find a job. The other, after being raped by a hooligan, had her face scratched. Unless she had plastic surgery, no one would be willing to support her in the future. Shinyu didn't know what happened to his body. He was worried that his medical treatment in the country would be discovered. So he specially made a trip to the United States and went to the most famous expert for a checkup. The expert said that his body was normal. Perhaps it was because of a psychological problem that caused his impotence. Shinyu suddenly remembered that ever since he kissed Junko and caused an allergic reaction, his body began to become abnormal. It must be at that time that caused a psychological shadow. Damn it, it was all Junko's fault. He must find that bitch and make her live a life worse than death. Beauty novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 909. The experts also said that psychological problems were caused by psychological problems and needed to be treated from a psychological perspective. Simple drug treatment was useless. Xinyu couldn't stay in America for a long time, so he could only return to China for psychological treatment. He specially signed a confidentiality agreement with a psychiatrist to prevent him from revealing his condition. After a month of treatment, he finally recovered. He credited all of this to the psychiatrist and was completely unaware that Lan Shui had drugged him. Once the effects of the drug wore off, he would naturally regain his masculinity. The Tang family had a glass greenhouse that covered an area of a few hundred square meters. Even though it was winter, the greenhouse was as warm as spring. Today, the weather was very good. Soft rays of light shone in the greenhouse, and various flowers bloomed quietly under the sun. The air was filled with a strong fragrance. A tree covered with wisteria and a few rattan chairs were placed under the tree. Ji Yuqi and Tang Feng sat under the wisteria. The warm sunlight shone through the gaps and mottled light sparkled on their bodies. The quiet time pulled open the memories in the depths of their minds. Tang Feng looked at the woman opposite him. She was very beautiful and squinted her eyes slightly as if she was enjoying this beautiful afternoon. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yuqi, do you remember when you were 5 years old? You planted an epiphyllum in this greenhouse. Ji Yuqi recalled the past and felt a little disappointed. She laughed softly and said, I remember. At that time, I was in a daze and stayed by the epiphyllum every night, waiting for it to bloom. Yeah, I stayed up until 11 o'clock and refused to sleep. I was so sleepy that I couldn't even open my eyes, but I still held my little face and waited bitterly. Tang Feng's handsome face showed a touch of helplessness, but his tone was full of affection. You've been very stubborn since you were young, but you listened to me very well. The adults tried all kinds of methods, but couldn't coax you to go back to sleep. Ji Yuqi winked playfully and interrupted him. As long as you lied to me that if I didn't sleep, my nose would grow longer, I would go upstairs with you to sleep with Gi Gai. So, Brother Tang Feng, you always bullied me when we were young. The woman in front of him was smiling like a flower. Unconsciously, her face overlapped with the cute little girl in his memory. Tang Feng's throat tightened and his eyes became dry. He really wanted to say, Yuqi, do you know that I've decided to marry you since I was 8 years old? Life is hard to predict, but we walk further and further apart. It was me who threw you into the memories of time. In the end, he lowered his eyes to hide the tears in his eyes and said gently, Yuqi, if I could start my life over again, I wouldn't bully you anymore. It's your turn to bully me. The sun shone on his body, but there was no warmth. She only felt cold. Her lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She pretended to smile and said, Brother Tang Feng, wait for me. When Tang Feng raised his head, he only saw her pretty back running into the depths of the greenhouse. He took a sip of the black coffee in his cup. It was very bitter, just like his mood at the moment. A bouquet of pure white lilies of the valley appeared in front of him. She had a sweet smile on her beautiful face, and her eyes were curved into beautiful crescents. Brother Tang Feng, this is for you. The meaning of the lilies of the valley is happiness. As long as you receive the lilies of the valley, you will be blessed by the god of luck. The lilies of the valley were as white as jade, fresh and elegant. They only waited for the person who cared the most. Only the person who loved them the most could hear the sound of their knocking in the wind. In order to obtain true love, they waited for their own spring to come in the lonely valley. It's very beautiful. Thank you. The corners of Tang Feng's lips curved. His slender fingers took the small bouquet of lilies of the valley. He was waiting for love and a new beginning. Since she wanted him to be like this, he would follow her heart. Who asked him to bully her for so many years? It was time for him to pay her back. The trip to the Tang family was quite pleasant. Although the elders of the Tang family felt that it was a pity that Ji Yuqi could not be the daughter-in-law of the Tang family, they had all watched her grow up and sincerely wanted her to be happy. Therefore, they did not blame her. Instead, they suggested that she should be recognized as their goddaughter and treat the Tang family as her second maternal family. The Tang family and the Ji family had been friends for generations. Ji Bowen also agreed with the Tang family suggestion. Therefore, the two families hit it off. On New Year's Day, the Tang family held a banquet and publicly announced that they would recognize Yuqi as their goddaughter. Ji Yuqi stood between Father Tang and Mother Tang and politely greeted the guests. Tang Feng held a wine glass and followed beside them. Occasionally, he would glance at Yuqi's sweet smile. However, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Sister. Yuqi had really become his sister. Those thoughts should be completely cut off. Just like Ling Lan, he would wait for his happiness. Sister Chi-Chi, you look so beautiful tonight. Yi Zissou held a glass of red wine in her hand and walked slowly to Ji Yuqi. Ji Yuqi smiled. Thank you. Yi Zissou looked at her expectantly. Sister Chi-Chi, can I talk to you alone? Sure. Wait for me at the balcony. Ji Yuqi turned around and said something to Father and Mother Tang. Then, she walked through the crowd and found Yi Zissou waiting by the balcony. Yi Zissou leaned against the railing and looked at the bright stars in the night sky. She smiled. Sister Chi-Chi, look at those stars. They're so beautiful. I still remember when Mom and I first came to the Ji family and saw you for the first time. You were as dazzling as the stars. I was very envious of you. Was she reminiscing about the past? The corners of Ji Yuqi's lips curled up as she said gently, At that time, you were like a pure white rose. I also like you very much. Yi Zissou's eyes gradually turned red and her voice was dry. I'm sorry, Sister Chi-Chi. I know I've done a lot of things to let you down. I really want to repent. Can you give me a chance? Okay. Yi Zissou hadn't expected her to agree so easily. She stared at her with wide eyes and saw her smile as bright as the sun. Zissou, do you believe that no matter what you do to hurt me, I'll treat you as my sister? Yi Zissou wanted to shake her head, but she felt that it was inappropriate and nodded stiffly. Ji Yuqi's smile deepened, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Since you believe me, why can't I believe you? Let's be a pair of loving sisters. She stretched out her right hand and firmly held it in front of Yi Zissou under the bright lights. Yi Zissou stared at that fair and beautiful hand as if she was looking at a poisonous snake. Her fingers trembled, and she finally reached out and slowly held it. In a misty night, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. However, perhaps only they knew what each of them was thinking. Ji Yuqi leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance at the dazzling lights in the hall. Suddenly, she heard a familiar magnetic voice. Since you hate her, why do you still want to make peace with her? Shunzhi walked over under the starlight. His face was handsome and his eyes were sparkling. She was the only one who was lucky enough to see the warmth in his eyes. Knowing that he had heard her conversation with Yi Zissou, she smiled and leaned towards him out of habit. She held his hand tightly and said slowly, Yi Zissou wants to make peace with me, so she must be up to something. Then I'll go along with her wishes and see what she wants to do. His slender fingers stroked her delicate earlobes. You're always right. She smiled. That's because you indulge me. You. His tone was helpless, and his eyes were full of affection. Under the dim light, the two figures overlapped each other. One enviable couple. Tang Feng stood on the high steps and slowly drank the bitter liquid in the glass. Ever since that night, Yi Zissou had returned to her former image of a well-behaved little sister. She called out Sister Chi-Chi all day long. She wanted to go to school with her, and she wanted to sit with her in class. Even when Ji Yuqi went out to play with her classmates, she wanted to interfere. Lin Yuxi couldn't stand it and complained to Ji Yuqi in private. What's wrong with that, Yi Zissou? Why is she pestering you every day? Ji Yuqi smiled and said, She's so enthusiastic, so there must be something wrong. I'm just waiting for her to show her tail. It's okay. Just pretend that she doesn't exist. We'll play by ourselves. After a few times, Yi Zissou found that Ji Yuqi's attitude towards her had improved a lot. She thought that she had broken through her defenses bit by bit. Slowly, she began to carry out the second step of her plan, to take the initiative to ask her out to play. The first time, Sister Chi-Chi, a famous French painter, is holding an art exhibition at the art gallery this weekend. I know you like painting very much. Let's go to the art exhibition together, okay? I really want to go, but I've already made an appointment with Yushi to go hiking this weekend. I'm sorry, Zisu. It's okay. I'll go to the art exhibition alone. The second time, Sister Chi-Chi, my friend, gave me 2 tickets to the play. Let's go watch the play together, okay? When? Saturday night. Are you free? I'm sorry. I've made an appointment with my friend for dinner on Saturday night. Let's go together next time if there's a chance. After Yi Zisu's invitation had failed 3 times, Ji-Yuchi decided to give her a taste of her own medicine. On the 4th invitation, she agreed, saying that she happened to be free. Hence, on an afternoon when there were no classes, they agreed to go to a clothing store to buy clothes. This was the busiest pedestrian street in Ing City. It was filled with internationally renowned brands. In one of the high-end clothing stores, Ji-Yuchi was pretending to choose clothes. Yi Zisu took a dress to the fitting room to try it on. As soon as she entered the fitting room, she immediately took out her phone and said in a low voice, "Hello, I've already lured Ji-Yuchi out as you requested. When are you going to return my photos?" Outside the clothing store, 2 men in suits and leather shoes looked through the glass window at Ji-Yuchi, who was choosing clothes in the store. One of the men was holding a phone in one hand. With a gentle smile on his handsome face, he said in a gentle voice, "I'm very busy now. I'll call you back later." After saying this, he quickly hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. "Jiang Tianhao, you're really something. The most beautiful curly-haired woman in the clothing store. Is she really your ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Tianhao put his phone in his trouser pocket and laughed. "Of course, I can lie to anyone but you, young Master Jean." Jiang Tianhao's company had racked their brains in order to get the bid for the government project. By chance, Jiang Tianhao had met this young Master Jean. His full name was Jean Mingyao, and he was the son of the current second-in-command of Ing City. His father happened to be in charge of this bid. Therefore, Jiang Tianhao planned to win over Jean Mingyao at all costs. As long as he could bribe Jean Mingyao's father through Jean Mingyao, then this bid would belong to his company. At that time, Jiang Tianhao would be the company's hero. Would he still have to worry that the company wouldn't give him a promotion? Jean Mingyao had a handsome appearance, and the suit he was wearing was also expensive. However, this guy was a real beast in human clothing. He liked to play with women the most, and the ones he played with were not prostitutes, but women from good families or married women. In his words, he would feel the pleasure of conquering those decent and virtuous married women lying under his body. He stared at Ji-Yuchi's figure with a burning gaze and smiled evilly. "That ex-girlfriend of yours, is she really still a virgin?" "Of course. Don't look at her appearance. She's the hot and sexy type. In fact, her personality is very conservative. We dated for half a year, but we only held hands. She didn't even let me kiss her." Jiang Tianhao knew what to say to please Jean Mingyao. Sure enough, Jean Mingyao's smile became even brighter. This kind of pure little woman. Conquering her will be even more enjoyable. He touched his chin and saw Yi Zisu walking out of the changing room. Her pure face made his eyes light up. He smiled and said, "Who's that woman? She's quite beautiful." Add Hongcha 866. Chapter 9-10. Jean Mingyao didn't have much ability and was full of cunning thoughts. His whole heart was on how to chase women, and he didn't pay attention to the gossip news. Therefore, he didn't know that Jiang Tianhao and Yi Zisu were once husband and wife. Jiang Tianhao smiled and said, "That woman is my ex-girlfriend's sister. We are not related by blood." "Sisters? It's not bad to have 2 together." Jean Mingyao laughed evilly. Jiang Tianhao also had the same intention and complimented him with a few words. It was nothing more than euphemistically praising him for being strong and healthy and having a golden gun that won't fall. Jean Mingyao smiled from ear to ear. As a man, he liked to be praised for his ability to be better than others in that aspect. Jean Mingyao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Tianhao, don't worry. As long as I get those 2 beauties, I will definitely help you with the project." Jiang Tianhao's eyes lit up and smiled. "Thank you, young Master Jean." Well said, well said. The 2 men were talking about a dirty deal on the street outside the clothing store. Inside the clothing store, Ji had long noticed that there was a pair of eyes watching her. She pretended not to notice and continued to choose clothes. She picked up a piece of clothing and pretended to measure it on her body. Her eyes quickly glanced outside the store. Suddenly, as if she was struck by lightning, her body stiffened for a moment. Jiang Tianhao, Jin Mingyao, it was actually those two bastards. That incident should have happened more than a year later, but it actually happened ahead of time. She quickly lowered her eyes and turned around. With her back to the glass display window, her fingers tightly grasped the clothes. All the blood in her body rushed to the top of her head. Her mind was filled with the unbearable memories of her previous life. That feeling of despair, the sight of blood, the wind madly forced her. She almost couldn't bear it anymore. She really wanted to rush out and bite those two scumbags to death. Sister Chi-Chi, what's wrong with you? You don't look good. Are you feeling unwell? Yi Zissou came out of the changing room and saw Ji Yuqi's pale face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she looked like she was in pain. Her words were like a basin of cold water, drenching Ji Yuqi from head to toe. She slowly woke up, opened her eyes, and said slowly, "My head hurts a little. Maybe I caught a cold just now." "Then let's hurry home. Or should I send you to the hospital?" "No need. I'll just go home and sleep." "But don't you still need to buy clothes?" "It's okay. Your health is more important." "Sister Chi-Chi, wait for me here. I'll go get the car." "Well, thank you." Ji Yuqi took out the car key from his handbag and handed it to her. On the way home, Ji Yuqi's eyes were slightly closed as she leaned back at her seat, her expression tired. Yi Zissou asked her a few more times with concern, but when she saw that Ji Yuqi didn't want to talk, she obediently shut her mouth. After returning to the room, Ji Yuqi's sickly look disappeared, and her deep black eyes were filled with sternness. Whenever she thought of the faces of Jin Mingyao and Jiang Tianhao, those two bastards, she was filled with hatred. This time, if they came to provoke her again, she wouldn't let those two scumbags off. At the same time, in Yi Zissou's room, she held the phone in her hand and said impatiently, "Jiang Tianhao, what do you want? I've already promised you that I'll lead Ji Yuqi to the place you said. Why haven't you returned my photos to me?" At this moment, she hated Jiang Tianhao to the core. That bastard actually followed her and secretly took all the photos of her with those men in the nightclub. He even threatened her. Jiang Tianhao's deep and cold laughter came from the phone. "Beg me. If you beg me, I'll return it to you." Yi Zissou was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. She gritted her teeth and stabbed Jiang Tianhao in her heart. "Haha, why aren't you talking? Beg me, and I'll return it to you." Yi Zissou squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "I beg you, I'll return it to you." He said lazily, "Sorry, your voice is too soft. I can't hear you." Her eyes were filled with hatred. She raised her voice and said word by word, "I beg you, return it to me." "Very well, I heard you clearly, but I've changed my mind." Yi Zissou was furious. "Jiang Tianhao, you're too shameless." He said coldly, "I'm shameless, but it's better than you being a slut. You're willing to be a slut and be ridden by those men. You're really lewd." "Ah!" Yi Zissou screamed. She was about to go crazy from anger. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "All right, since you're treating me like this, I don't care anymore. I don't want those photos anymore. Yi Zissou, swear that I'll make you regret being human." Jiang Tianhao laughed softly. "Why are you angry? I was just joking. Seriously, as long as you bring Ji Yuqi out one more time, I'll return the photos to you. I swear on my integrity." "What integrity do you have?" Yi Zissou sneered. "I want you to swear on your mother's life." "All right, I swear on my mother's life. Are you satisfied now? I'll let you know the specific time. Remember, no matter what method you use, you must bring Ji Yuqi out. Otherwise, I'll let everyone in the city know that you're a lewd and lowly woman." "All right." Yi Zissou's poisonous eyes stared fiercely at a certain place in the room, as if she was staring at the person on the other side of the phone. When only the beeping sound was left in her ears, she immediately threw the phone against the wall. Since that day, when they went shopping together, the relationship between Yi Zissou and Ji Yuqi had made great progress. Ji Yuqi would sometimes take the initiative to invite Yi Zissou to play with her friends. Yi Zissou was naturally happy to see this result. Sister Chi-Chi, my high school classmate, invited me to his birthday party this Saturday night. Can you come with me? Ji Yuqi awkwardly said. That's your high school friend. You all know each other. If I go with you, won't it be too awkward? Yi Zissou quickly said, it doesn't matter. My classmate said that he was worried that it would be awkward if we didn't see each other for too long. So he asked everyone to bring a friend or family member. The more the merrier. If that's the case, then I'll think about it. If I have time, I'll go with you. Seeing her lack of interest, Yi Zissou quickly said, Sister Chi-Chi, I have a high school classmate who can perform magic. He will also attend the birthday party. Ji Yuqi's eyes lit up. Magic? Yes, he can casually conjure a lot of flowers and turn them into white pigeons. He's super powerful. I heard that he's very popular with girls in his university. Ji Yuqi broke into a smile. Since you've invited me, I've decided to accompany you to the birthday ball. Yi Zissou slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he knew that Ji Yuqi liked to watch magic shows. He finally convinced her to attend the party with him. This was the most luxurious and lively KTV in Ing City. In a huge private room, there were men and women dressed to the nines. Some of them were dancing, some were singing, and some were playing cards or games. A beautiful girl with a crystal crown on her head was surrounded by the crowd. She sat on the sofa like a beautiful princess. She was tonight's main character, Yao Jingjing. Seeing two women walk in from outside, Yao Jingjing stood up happily. Zissou, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. Yi Zissou smiled apologetically. Jingjing, I'm sorry we're late. Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Yuqi. Sister Chi-Chi, this is my high school classmate, Yao Jingjing. She's tonight's princess. Ji Yuqi revealed a faint smile and held Yao Jingjing's hand. Miss Yao, happy birthday. Thank you, Sister Yuqi. You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Jingjing. Yao Jingjing's personality was very lively. She was the kind of girl who could get along well no matter the occasion. She was also very popular. It was no wonder. She was one of Jin Mingyao's longest girlfriends. How could she not have some special abilities? Yao Jingjing exchanged a few more pleasantries with Yi Zissou. Ji Yuqi stood at the side, maintaining a decent smile. However, she was sneering in her heart. These two acted as if they were very familiar with each other. In fact, this was the first time they had met. They could really act. The two of them finally ended their boring conversation. Yi Zissou turned around and held Ji Yuqi's arm. She smiled and said, Sister Chi-Chi, let's go over there and sit for a while. The boy who can perform magic will be here soon. Ji Yuqi nodded. Yi Zissou pulled Ji Yuqi to sit near the door. She deliberately chose this place. As for the reason, it would be revealed soon. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. A handsome young man dressed in a high-class suit appeared in front of everyone. When everyone's eyes were on him, he smiled and suddenly bent down in Ji Yuqi's direction. He stretched out his right hand like a gentleman and said in a magnetic voice with a gentle smile, Beautiful miss, I'm very happy to meet you. Ji Yuqi was stunned on the spot. Yi Zissou quickly poked her arm. She came back to her senses and smiled. I'm also very happy to meet you. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand to shake the man's hand. The moment their fingers touched, his fingers suddenly moved slightly and a delicate red rose appeared in his hand. He smiled and handed the red rose to Ji Yuqi's hand. He praised, Only this delicate red rose can match your beauty. Thank you. Ji Yuqi held the rose tightly and lowered her eyes slightly to hide the bone-chilling hatred in her eyes. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, Jin Mingyao's method of picking up girls was the same. Even his lines were exactly the same. Yi Zissou thought that she was shy, so she moved closer to her ear and whispered, This is the classmate I told you about, the one who can perform magic. Isn't she interesting? Ji Yuqi nodded gently. Yes. Yao, why are you so late? Everyone is waiting for you. Yao Jingjing was like a butterfly that flew quickly to Jin Mingyao's side. As she spoke, her tone was intimate, but her actions were very polite. She kept a step away from Jin Mingyao as if she were an ordinary friend. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 911. If it weren't for Ji Yuqi's investigation, she wouldn't have been able to tell that they were lovers. Yao Jingjing politely introduced them to Jin Mingyao. Yao, this is Zisu's sister, Yuqi. Sister Yuqi, this is our former class monitor. We all call him Yao. Jin Mingyao smiled like a gentleman. Yuqi, it's a beautiful name. It suits you very well. Ji Yuqi rubbed a rose in her hand and smiled. Thank you. You seem to be very good at performing magic. He raised his eyebrows. If you like magic, I can perform it for you. Okay, I love watching magic shows. Jin Mingyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. He waved his hand in the air, and a beautiful lily appeared in his empty hand. He gave the lily to Yi Zisu, a pure and quiet lily. It suits you best. Yi Zisu smiled shyly and took the lily. Jin Mingyao's movements were very fast. One could only see his hands waving in the air. Flowers of different types and colors flew in his hands, disappearing and reappearing in a different color. Everyone watched with great interest. Even the couples who were dancing couldn't help but stop and admire in a daze. In the end, all the flowers turned into petals, and a colorful rain of petals fell from the sky. He put his hand on his chest and bowed to everyone present like a gentleman. Yi Zisu was the first to applaud. Ji Yuqi followed suit. Then the applause was like thunder. That's great. It's the first time I've seen such a wonderful performance. Sister Chi-Chi, it's wonderful, isn't it? Yi Zisu stared at Jin Mingyao with shining eyes. The corners of Ji Yuqi's lips curled up as she praised. That's right, very good. Jin Mingyao watched with satisfaction as Ji Yuqi and Yi Zisu became infatuated with his wonderful performance. He gracefully walked up to Ji Yuqi and extended his right hand in a gentlemanly manner. With a charming smile, he said, "Beautiful Miss Yuqi, may I invite you to dance?" Ji Yuqi put her hand in his palm. "It's my pleasure." Romantic music flowed slowly under the blurred lights. The men and women on the dance floor danced. Jin Mingyao put his hand on her waist. Feeling her slender waist under his palm, his heart surged. He couldn't wait to drag her onto the bed. However, now wasn't the time. As a qualified beast in human clothing, he had to capture her heart first and then dominate her. The atmosphere of the ball was very lively, and the young men and women were all having a crazy time. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they all raised their glasses and tried to persuade each other to drink. Ji Yuqi drank one glass of beer after another with a wild crowd. Yi Zisu knew that this ball was a trap to help Jin Mingyao capture Ji Yuqi. At first, she was vigilant and worried that she would be dragged into the water. But later, she played too much. When Yao Jingjing toasted her, she couldn't help but drink 2 glasses. Soon, Ji Yuqi was drunk. She leaned weakly on the sofa and stared at the dancing men and women on the dance floor with drunken eyes. She giggled. "Yuqi, what are you laughing at?" Jin Mingyao had been paying attention to her. When he found that she was drunk, he immediately sat beside her quietly. Ji Yuqi tilted her head and looked at him. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed. She looked confused. "Who are you?" Jin Mingyao smiled helplessly. "I'm your friend, Yao." She frowned and thought. After a while, she suddenly grinned. Fresh flowers, so many fresh flowers. She was so charming that Jin Mingyao couldn't help but reach out and gently caress her cheek. He whispered, "That's right, fresh flowers. I can conjure more fresh flowers. Come with me. I'll conjure fresh flowers for you to see." She suddenly shook off his hand. She puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "No, I want to go home." She staggered to her feet and shouted, "Zisu, where are you?" At this time, Yi Zisu was dancing with a handsome man. When she heard Ji Yuqi's voice, she looked over and saw Jin Mingyao pestering Ji Yuqi. She hurriedly pushed away her dance partner and rushed over. She asked with concern, "Ji Yuqi Jia, are you drunk?" "I'm not drunk." Ji Yuqi giggled foolishly. She pointed at her nose and said, "You're Zisu. Let's go home. I want to go home. Okay. Let's go home." With so many people watching, Yi Zissou obviously couldn't push her into Ji Mingyao's arms. She supported her steadily. After saying goodbye to everyone, she helped Ji Yuqi out of the private room. After Yi Zissou helped Ji Yuqi into the car, she immediately leaned against the back of the seat and fell asleep. Yi Zissou tried to call her twice, but she didn't respond. The car sped all the way and finally stopped in front of a five-star hotel. Yi Zissou glanced at Ji Yuqi, who was sleeping soundly in the front passenger seat. Her lips curled into a cold arc. She said coldly, "Ji Yuqi, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Jiang Tianhao. If he didn't force me, I wouldn't have done this." The car stopped in the parking lot for a few minutes. A man dressed in black, wearing a hat and sunglasses, quickly walked over and knocked on the window. Yi Zissou pushed open the car door and looked at the man in front of her. She said, "I've already brought Ji Yuqi here. Can you return the photo to me now?" Jiang Tianhao pushed the sunglasses on his nose and said in a low voice, "Help me get her into the hotel room." Yi Zissou frowned in displeasure. "You're a man. Can't you get her up there?" "I'm a man. I'm too eye-catching. Help me. Besides, the photo isn't on me. I put it in the hotel room." Yi Zissou had no choice but to help him get Ji Yuqi into the hotel room. After putting her on the bed, she turned around and said impatiently, "Can you give me the photo now?" Jiang Tianhao chuckled. "I put it in the drawer by the bed. Wait for me, I'll get it for you." He squatted down, took out a stack of photos from the drawer, and handed them to Yi Zissou. "These are all the photos." Yi Zissou was not in a hurry to take it, and asked with a dark face, "There's also the memory card." Jiang Tianhao shook his head. "TSK, don't tell me you still don't believe me? I've already destroyed the memory card, and all that's left are these photos." Yi Zissou sneered, "I used to believe you, but you personally shattered my trust in you. Let me tell you, Jiang Tianhao, I'm not afraid of you hiding the photos. I've already recorded our entire conversation, and if you dare to go back on your word, I'll tell Ji Yuqi that you're the one who harmed her. Just wait for her and Shun's revenge. Oh right, and Ji Bowen, he treasures his daughter so much, he definitely won't let you off either." All right, I'll remember it all. I'm not a fool. I won't take such a risk. These are really all the photos. Take them." Yi Zissou looked at him again, then took the photos. She stuffed the photos into her handbag, and just as she was about to turn around and leave, she felt a pain at the back of her head. Her vision went black, and she fell to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Tianhao stood beside her, kicked her leg, and sneered, "Don't you like men? Tonight, I'll give you one." After confirming that she was unconscious, Jiang Tianhao picked her up from the ground and placed her on the bed. He looked at Ji Yuqi and Yi Zissou lying side by side, one delicate and beautiful, the other elegant. So what if he was powerful? It was still Gi Gai lying here. He raised his eyebrows proudly and muttered, "A pair of beautiful sisters. Ji Mingyao, that bastard, he really took advantage of me." His gaze fell on Ji Yuqi's face again. Her cheeks were stained red from drunkenness, and her long eyelashes were like butterflies resting quietly on her eyelids. She was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. He couldn't help but reach out, wanting to caress her cheek. When he was just a few centimeters away, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was as cold as ice, and her voice was extremely calm. "Jiang Tianhao, we meet again." Jiang Tianhao was so shocked that he shrank back and quickly retracted his fingers. Before he could think of an excuse, Ji Yuqi suddenly gave him a strange smile. Then, she quickly jumped up and struck his neck with her palm. This was what it meant to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The moment before Jiang Tianhao fainted, this was the only thing left in his mind. "Hi, baby, I'm here." Ji Mingyao thought that he was smiling flirtatiously, but in reality, he was smiling wretchedly as he pushed open the bedroom door. On the bed, only Yi Zissou was lying. She had taken off her entire body, leaving only her underwear. There was no one else in the room. The smile on Ji Mingyao's face froze. What was going on? Weren't there supposed to be two people? How did it become one? He discontentedly dialed Jiang Tianhao's cell phone, but it was turned off. Damn it, Jiang Tianhao actually lied to him. He must make him look good. But now, the beauty was lying on the bed. Of course, he had to spend a good night with her. Before coming to the hotel, he had already eaten a few Viagra. Now was the time for the medicine to take effect. He immediately pounced on Yi Zissou like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Yi Zissou was in a daze. She felt that someone was violating her, so she struggled with all her might. She liked to spend a good night with a man, but she didn't like to be forced. However, her struggle was suppressed by the man. She was so anxious that she cried out, but the man became more and more aggressive, forcefully entering her. She screamed loudly in pain. Under the influence of the medicine, Jin Mingyao tirelessly tortured Yi Zissou. Just as the two of them were endlessly passionate, a man actually climbed up from the bottom of the boat. The man's cheeks were red, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was uncomfortably hot. He was about to explode from the heat. He quickly took off his clothes and threw himself on Jin Mingyao's back in a daze. Ah! A painful roar instantly echoed in the room, mixed with a sound that seemed to be both happy and painful. Jiang Tianhao, you bastard, get off of me! Jin Mingyao was in so much pain that he was about to die. He was a man, but he was actually being done by Jiang Tianhao, who was also a man. This kind of humiliation, this kind of pain, almost drove him crazy. Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 9:12. Jiang Tianhao's mind was filled with nothing but lust. He could not listen to anything and just repeated his actions mechanically. The two people who were pinned down by him were almost suffocating. Yi Zissou looked at the ceiling with tears in her eyes. She was on the verge of a breakdown. Her hands groped around, trying to find something to drive Jin Mingyao and Jiang Tianhao away. Finally, she found a fruit knife on the bedside table. She said, "Ihan, take me away." She raised the knife and stabbed it into the back of the man on top of her. 1 stab, 2 stab, 3 stab. Fresh blood dyed her cheeks and eyes red. She laughed madly, and her laughter was terrifying in the midst of the lewd atmosphere. 3 badly mutilated bodies were lying haphazardly on the messy bed. Blood soaked the white sheets, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Yi Zissou pushed Jin Mingyao's body away and got up with lifeless eyes. She was still holding the knife in her hand. She slowly got off the bed and walked step by step out of the room filled with the smell of death. A minute later, the hotel's cleaning staff covered her mouth and screamed in horror. She saw a naked woman covered in blood. She was holding a bloody fruit knife in her hand. Her hair was disheveled as she walked down the corridor. Every step she took, she left a bloody footprint on the corridor carpet. Help! Someone's killing me. The staff threw down the cart and ran away in panic. Her terrified screams echoed throughout the hotel. The hotel lobby manager quickly called the police and brought 2 security guards to track Yi Zissou down. Unexpectedly, they finally found her on a rooftop. She was like a walking corpse, without any thoughts or emotions. No matter what others said, she didn't react at all. Her unfocused eyes stared blankly in front of her as she walked step by step towards the guardrail. She was like a puppet being led by a string. She slowly climbed up the high railing. As long as her body leaned forward, she would be crushed to pieces. "Miss, that's too dangerous. Please don't get agitated." The police rushed over and surrounded the hotel building. A few members of the team quickly climbed up to the roof and stood about 7 or 8 meters away from Yi Zissou, trying to persuade her to come down from the railing. Yi Zissou felt goosebumps all over her body. It was also at this moment that her dazed mind suddenly woke up. She shivered. She saw tall buildings and a bottomless abyss. Her nose smelled the thick smell of blood. She suddenly screamed in horror and threw away the dagger in her hand. Her other hand firmly grabbed the railing. She didn't want to die. She couldn't die. The policeman noticed the change in her mood and gently advised her, "You're still young, and you still have a long way to go. No matter what happens, you can always start over. Think about your family. They're all worried about you." Yes, she was still young. She still had a long way to go. She didn't want to ruin her life because of two scumbags. Her uncle was going to be a high-ranking official in Ing City. Even if she had to kill those scumbags, he would still save her. The cold wind continued to blow, and she was shivering from the cold. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Her cries were hysterical, and it was so desperate that it made people's expressions change. The police captain hurriedly gave a look, and a policewoman quietly went forward. She hugged her waist and carried her down from the railing. Then, a member of the team brought a blanket and wrapped Yi Zisu's body. Then, a pair of handcuffs were placed on her wrists. The policewoman who saved her held her arm and said, "Miss, you're suspected of murder. Please come with us." In this murder case, one victim was dead and the other was injured. The deceased was Jin Mingyao. His father, Jin Yahui, was the second in command of Ing City. The seriously injured person was Jiang Tianhao. He was the ex-husband of the murderer. The murderer was the second miss of the G group. She also had an uncle who was a high-ranking official in Hansheng. Just based on the identities of these three people, this case was very eye-catching. It caused a huge reaction in society. Jin Yahui had a son at an old age. He only had one son, and that was why he spoiled him so much. In the past, he didn't care about his son's private life. He thought that it wasn't a big deal for a man to be dissolute. He didn't expect that his son would die in the hands of a woman one day. If he had known that this day would come, he would have restrained his son. But it was too late for regrets now. Jin Yahui seemed to have aged more than 10 years overnight. When he faced the media, he only said one sentence, "A life for a life." I hope that the murderer will be punished by the law. This sentence showed that he wanted to punish Yi Zisu severely. It also showed that he wanted to go against Lu Jianfeng. One was the second in command of Ing City, while the other was the future leader of Ing City. If the two of them were to fight, who would win and who would lose? Ing City's media received instructions from the higher-ups to hide part of the truth of the murder case. They announced to the public that Jin Mingyao and Yi Zisu were a couple. Unexpectedly, Yi Zisu betrayed Jin Mingyao and had an affair with her ex-husband. Jin Mingyao was flustered and exasperated. He went to the hotel to catch them in the act. Yi Zisu flew into a rage out of humiliation. She picked up a fruit knife and killed Jin Mingyao. She even injured Jiang Tianhao by accident. According to them, Yi Zisu was guilty of intentional murder. What a load of nonsense. When Chen Tingfang saw this false news, she slammed the newspaper on the table. She lifted her head to look at the man sitting opposite her and said angrily, "Cousin, the media is spouting nonsense. Yesterday, I went to the detention center to visit Zisu. She told me that Jin Mingyao and Jiang Tianhao were in cahoots and wanted to rape her. She picked up the fruit knife out of self-defense. Cousin, I beg you, please help Zisu. Otherwise, she will be sentenced to death." As she spoke, tears fell from Chen Tingfang's eyes. She remembered that when she saw her daughter yesterday, her daughter cried and begged for her forgiveness. She said that she knew she was wrong. Her daughter even knelt down and kowtowed to her. Even though many bad things had happened between them in the past, her daughter was still a piece of flesh that fell from her womb. How could she not feel heartache? Chen Tingfang wiped her tears sadly. She was sad about her daughter's situation. Lu Jianfeng sighed. "I watched Zisa grow up. How could I bear to see her suffer? But Tingfang, you know that I haven't received my transfer order yet. If something goes wrong, this promotion will be ruined. Forget about saving Zisu. I won't even be able to protect myself. So, I can't openly go against Jin Yahui. I have to find evidence of Jin Mingyao's rape." Chen Tingfang's heart was anxious and in pain. Suddenly, something flashed through her mind. She shouted, "Jiang Tianhao." Yes, as long as Jiang Tianhao wakes up, we can prove that Zisu was over-defensive. There was a big difference between over-defensive death and intentional murder when it came to sentencing. First of all, they had to save Yi Zisu's life. Lu Jianfeng frowned. "You're right. Jiang Tianhao is a strong witness. The problem is that Jiang Tianhao is Jin Mingyao's accomplice. He has a grudge against Yi Zisu. He's very likely to stand on Jin Yahui's side and testify against Zisu for intentional murder." Chen Tingfang said, We can't care about that now. First, we have to save Jiang Tianhao. If he doesn't wake up, we won't have any hope left. Jiang Tianhao had been stabbed 3 times by Yi Zissou. One was in the lung, and the other 2 were in the waist. His lungs had severely shrunk, and he was still unconscious. The police had transferred him to the intensive care unit of the People's Hospital. Outside the ward, there were 2 policemen standing guard, worried that an accident might happen. Lu Jianfeng thought for a moment and said, I know a few people in the police force. I'll contact them first and ask them to check the hotel carefully to see if there are any clues that we missed. Cousin, I'll leave the police to you. Cousin, I want to go to the hospital to check on Jiang Tianhao's condition. Even if Jiang Tianhao hadn't woken up yet, it was good to build a good relationship with his mother first. Okay, go ahead. Be careful on the road. If anything happens, contact me immediately. After Chen Tingfang left, Lu Jianfeng dialed a number. Xiao Wang, how are you? I'm old Lu. Oh, it's brother Lu. Long time no see. How have you been? Little Wang, I'm calling you today to talk about this. I have a niece who got into some trouble. Lu Jianfeng briefly explained the situation and made a request. He hoped to get Jin Mingyao's autopsy report. He also hoped that Xiao Wang could send a few team members to ask the hotel staff to see if they could find any new clues. On the other side of the phone, Captain Wang was silent for a moment and said, Brother Lu, this matter is not easy to handle. The higher-ups are guarding it to the death. They don't allow the police to reveal any information about this case. Even I can't get all the case information because of insufficient authority. Lu Jianfeng's face sank. It seems that Jin Yahui has put pressure on the police station. If the other party destroyed the evidence of Jin Mingyao forcing Zissou and fabricated false evidence to prove that Zissou had a relationship with Jiang Tianhao, then things will be troublesome. Zissou will most likely be sentenced to death. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that my ability is limited. Lu Jianfeng forced a smile. It's okay, Xiao Wang. If you have any information, please let me know. Okay, no problem. If I know anything, I'll definitely let Brother Lu know. Lu Jianfeng contacted a few acquaintances. Everyone said that they couldn't do anything. He pinched his eyebrows. He couldn't believe that he couldn't win against Jin Yahui. If he was transferred to Ying City in the future, wouldn't he be suppressed by Jin Yahui? On one hand, it was Zissou's life. On the other hand, it was his own dignity. He was really unwilling to admit defeat. He paced back and forth in the living room, frowning. Finally, his gloomy eyes turned to a certain point. He suddenly had an idea. He decided to take a risk and catch them off guard. Welfare Songshu 566. Chapter 9:13. Chen Tingfang bought a lot of fruits and supplements. She asked the chauffeur to take them to the hospital to visit Jiang Tianhao. As soon as she stepped into the ward, Yu Xiu rushed up and shouted at her, What are you doing here? Get out of here. Big sister Yu, I'm here to see Tianhao. How is he doing? Chen Tingfang lowered her stance and asked politely, Who's your big sister? Get lost, get lost. My son, and I don't want to see you. There's no good in your Ji family. The old one killed my husband, and the young one came to harm my son. Yu Xiu roared angrily. Her hands were not idle as she pushed Chen Tingfang hard. Chen Tingfang staggered back and almost fell. Chen Tingfang steadied herself with the help of the chauffeur. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Big sister Yu, listen to me. The most important thing now is to wake Tianhao up. It's useless to throw a tantrum now. Let's sit down and have a good talk. When Yu Xiu thought about how her son was still unconscious, her tears fell uncontrollably. She hated Yi Zissou to the core, and her scarlet eyes stared fiercely at Chen Tingfang as she cursed. You little slut raised by a whore, why should I have a good talk with you when you've caused my son to be in such a miserable state? Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you for even a second. Yu Xiu pushed Chen Tingfang out of the ward as she cursed. She threw all the supplements she bought at her and shouted, Get out! Get out of here! Many people heard the commotion and ran to the corridor to watch the show. Chen Tingfang was embarrassed to be stared at like a monkey in a circus show. Yu Xiu did not let her go. She pointed at Chun Tingfang's nose and said to the people around her, "Everyone look! This is the mother of the murderer, Yi Zisu. Her good daughter not only fooled around with another man, abandoned my son, and even wanted to kill him. Chun Tingfang, do you think you can bribe my son with these supplements? Let me tell you, although we're poor, we have integrity. We won't be bribed by you." The onlookers pointed at Chun Tingfang and whispered among themselves. Some of them even talked about Chun Tingfang's past scandals. Yu Xiao received the support of the crowd and scolded even more vigorously. Even the ancestors of the Chan family and Ji family were scolded by her. The police officer in charge went out for lunch. When he came back, he found Yu Xiao cursing at the door of the ward. He scolded her. "What's going on? Is it appropriate for you to curse in the hospital?" Yu Xiao's face was covered in tears and snot. She grabbed the arm of the police officer and complained, "Officer, you have to help me. My son is now unconscious, and this woman came to find trouble with us." Chun Tingfang saw Yu Xiao's ability to throw a tantrum. She had a headache and quickly explained, "Officer, listen to me. I'm not here to make trouble. I want to visit Jiang Tianhao and express my apologies to Madame Yu Xiao." The police officer waved his hand impatiently and shook off Yu Xiao. He said, "Jiang Tianhao is an important witness in the case. We received instructions from our superiors that no one is allowed to visit him except his mother. Madam Chun, please don't come again. Don't make things difficult for us." Chun Tingfang smiled apologetically. "Okay, I understand. Sorry to trouble you, officer." The surrounding crowd started to whisper again. Chun Tingfang's face was about to burn. She quickly instructed the driver to pick up the gifts scattered on the ground and left dejectedly. Just as Chun Tingfang and Lu Jianfeng were thinking of ways to rescue Yi Zisu was being severely interrogated in the detention center. In a pitch-black room, Yi Zisu sat at one end of the table. On the other end, there was an expressionless female interrogator. The interrogator turned the incandescent lamp on the table to Yi Zisu's face. The strong light made her eyes hurt, making it difficult for her to open them. She subconsciously reached out to cover her eyes. The interrogator berated sternly, "Yi Zisu, did you kill Jin Mingyao?" Her voice was like a sharp sword dipped in poison. Yi Zisu's body trembled. She nervously clenched her fingers and said softly, "Yes, but he was the one who raped me. I was only stabbing him out of self-defense." The interrogator slammed her palm on the table and said sternly, "What evidence do you have to prove that he raped you? According to the forensic analysis, the semen in your body belongs to Jiang Tianhao, and Jin Mingyao didn't have sexual relations with you before he died." Yi Zisu said emotionally, "No, that's impossible. There's a problem with the forensic analysis. Jiang Tianhao didn't touch me at all. The person Jiang Tianhao raped was Jin Mingyao, and the person Jin Mingyao hurt was me." The interrogator said coldly, "This is slander. You don't have any evidence to prove what you're saying. I advise you to quickly confess the truth and tell us how you committed the crime." Yi Zisu had been interrogated continuously for 24 hours, and the interrogators had changed several times. Since she was arrested, she hadn't closed her eyes or taken a sip of water. Now, she could barely open her eyes, and her throat was almost smoking. She was about to break down. She shouted hoarsely, "I've already said it many times. Jin Mingyao raped me. I killed him out of self-defense. No matter how many times you interrogate me, my answer will be the same." "Is that so?" The interrogator suddenly sneered. She suddenly stood up and turned off the monitor. She walked up to Yi Zisu and said condescendingly, "It seems that you still don't understand what an interrogation is. I'll make you understand." After that, the interrogator pulled Yi Zisu up from her seat and kicked her hard in the waist, causing her to lie on the ground. Yi Zisu felt that her bones were about to break. She screamed in pain. The interrogator squatted in front of her and pinched her chin with her fingers, forcing her to look up. She said coldly, "If you don't want to suffer, then tell the truth. The reason you killed Jin Mingyao was that he found out that you were having an affair with Jiang Tianhao." Yi Zisu's eyes were full of hatred. She said angrily, You're forcing a confession. I want to file a complaint. I want to see my lawyer." The interrogator laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. "File a complaint? See your lawyer? Miss, you're really naive. If you don't confess your crimes, don't even think about going anywhere. You can't do this to me. My uncle is Lu Jianfeng. He won't let you off. Oh, I'm so scared. He's a high-ranking official in Hanqing. But I'm just doing things according to the law. What can he do to me?" "You." The interrogator's expression changed. She suddenly said sternly, "Yi Zissou, hurry up and confess. Why did you kill Jin Mingyao? Did he find out about your affair with Jiang Tianhao?" "No." Another round of interrogation began. Yi Zissou experienced a series of cruel treatments, such as being beaten, interrogated, splashed with cold water, interrogated, electrocuted, interrogated, and so on. Her consciousness became more and more blurred. Her body was tormented by fatigue and pain. Her spirit was almost at its limit. But no matter how she was treated, she only had one answer. No, no. She had to persevere to have a chance of survival. It was late at night. This was destined to be a difficult night to sleep. In the dark room, it was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. The person wrapped in the quilt curled up into a ball and was entangled in a nightmare. "Jingjing, happy birthday. This is my sister, Yuqi. Sister Yuqi, it's nice to meet you." In the dream, there were people whispering in Ji Yuqi's ear. Some were laughing, and some were singing happy birthday songs. It was noisy and lively. Suddenly, roses in full bloom appeared in front of her eyes. She heard the devil's voice. "Only this delicate red rose is worthy of your beauty." Many people toasted her. She knew them and didn't know them. She couldn't refuse. Her head was dizzy as she lay in Yi Zissou's arms. She heard Yi Zissou's muffled laughter. "Ha ha, we're all drunk. Who's going to send us home?" She was carried up in a broad embrace and a warm breath. She leaned in his arms and murmured, "Hubby, my head hurts. I want to go home." "Okay, let's go home." Jiang Tianhao's enlarged, handsome face suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She hugged him in relief, but in the next second, that face suddenly turned into Jin Mingyao's. Jin Mingyao pressed her under his body, a wretched smile on his face. "Beauty, I've liked you for a long time. Just give in to me." She struggled in fear. He grabbed her hand with one hand and tore at her clothes with the other. She cried in fear, kicking and biting, refusing to let him near her. He slapped her so hard that she almost fainted. She gasped weakly, and he took the opportunity to tear off the last of her clothes. She gritted her teeth and used all her strength to kick him away. She threw herself onto the floor in a panic, trying to escape from his evil clutches. She ran for her life, but when she ran into the living room, he hugged her waist from behind and dragged her onto the carpet. He used all his strength to pry her legs apart. She fumbled around unwillingly and finally found a fruit knife on the coffee table. She raised the knife and ruthlessly stabbed it into his chest. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound like warm rain, staining her entire body. She covered her face in fear and cried out loud. She had killed someone. She hid in a corner in fear, trembling. She didn't know what to do. She didn't dare to call Jiang Tianhao because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. She didn't know how long she had been crying. Just when she was so afraid and desperate that she didn't know what to do, her phone rang. She hugged the phone and wailed. Shunji's anxious voice came from the phone. "Yuqi, what happened? Where are you?" I killed someone. Shunji, I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. I didn't do it on purpose." In the hotel room, Shunji hugged her, who was covered in blood, and held her face in his hands. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 914. His dull eyes gazed at her face as he said gently, "Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. I'm here." In the prison visitation room, Shunji's hands were cuffed. He had a gentle smile on his face as he said, "Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. I was the one who killed her. Don't feel guilty. Don't feel burdened. Live happily, my Chi-Chi." Through the glass window, he said, "Chi-Chi, if you don't love Jiang Tianhao anymore, can you love me?" She bawled and turned herself in at the police station. No one believed her, because Shunja had already created perfect evidence to prove that he was the real murderer. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for manslaughter. The CEO of the Shun group was reduced to a prisoner because of her, and she was still living in the beautiful dream that Jiang Tianhao had woven for her. When she woke up from the dream, Ji Yuqi's face was already covered in tears. She bit the back of her hand and cried bitterly. This nightmare was a replay of what had happened to her in her previous life. It dug out the most painful wound in her heart and showed it to her. She had hurt Shunja once again. The thing that she could not forgive herself for the most was that she had failed to stop Shunja from taking the blame for her. Suddenly, she really wanted to see him. She did not care about anything else and ran downstairs as fast as she could. In the middle of the night, she drove to his villa. When Shunja was awakened by the knocking on the door, he could not believe his eyes. Was this extremely pathetic little woman in front of him his Chi-Chi? Her curly hair was messy and draped over her shoulders. Her face was covered in tears, and she was wearing thin pajamas. She had a furry slipper on her right foot, and the other foot was bare. When she saw him, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Big drops of tears fell down her face as she suddenly threw herself into his arms. He quickly hugged her tightly, lifted her up from the ground, and put her on the bed. He crawled under the blanket and held her in his arms. His hands rubbed against her arms to warm her up. When her body slowly warmed up and stopped trembling, he kissed her eyes and said gently, "Chi-Chi, what happened?" Before seeing him, she had a lot of things she wanted to say to him, but when she was in his arms, she didn't know where to start. Hearing his strong heartbeat and smelling his familiar scent, her nose turned sour and her tears fell uncontrollably. She wrapped her hands around his neck and kissed his lips. Bitter tears spread between their lips and tongues. He lovingly kissed away the tears on her face and whispered, "Chi-Chi, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side, so don't be afraid." Her eyes were filled with tears, and her heart was filled with warmth. After a long time, she leaned into his embrace and said softly, "Aja, do you believe in reincarnation?" Shunja rubbed his chin against her hair and said gently, "If reincarnation really exists, I will definitely follow you forever. No matter where you go, I will find you." Ji Yuqi looked up and stared into his eyes seriously. "Then I will definitely wait for you. I will wait for you to find me." She was willing to believe that her previous life was just a reincarnation. When she died, that reincarnation would disappear. That way, Shinja wouldn't have to wait so hopelessly. He smiled and scratched her nose. "Okay, let's agree. Before I come, you're not allowed to love anyone else. Okay, never again." Never again would she fall in love with another man before waiting for him. If he didn't appear, she would go and find him. She would never leave him for eternity. That night, she slept soundly in his arms. She did not have any nightmares, and they slept all the way until dawn. "Good morning, baby." When she opened her eyes, she saw Shun's smiling eyes. He gave her a passionate morning kiss. She pushed him away shyly. "Don't. I haven't washed up yet. Don't be afraid. Let's kiss first." He kissed her lips and murmured. After the tender moment, he helped her get a change of clothes. He patted her head and smiled gently. "Baby, quickly come downstairs after you're done washing up. I'll let you see my handiwork." "Okay." Ji Yuqi smiled happily and sat up. As she was putting on her shoes, she saw a pair of brand new slippers. She couldn't help but think of her sorry state last night and the slipper she had lost at some point. Her cheeks burned, and she quickly put on her shoes. Then, without looking at Shunja, she ran into the bathroom like a wisp of smoke. Shunja looked at the little woman who ran away in a hurry, like a frightened rabbit. He shook his head in amusement and bent down to pick up the change of clothes. He walked briskly to the bathroom door and gently knocked. He chuckled and said, "Chi-Chi, you forgot to take your clothes." Ji Yuqi opened the door and reached out to take the clothes. She stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. "Thank you, silly little thing." Shinja smiled and rubbed her hair. "Go on. I'll wait for you downstairs." The morning sun shone through the huge glass wall and shone into the clean dining room. The two of them sat at a long European-style dining table. On the table was a Western-style breakfast with ham, fried eggs, toast, mellow milk, and an exquisite fruitcake. The atmosphere was very warm. They ate elegantly and occasionally whispered a few words. Both of them had a warm smile on their faces. They were like an old couple who had been together for many years and were full of tacit understanding. After the beautiful breakfast time, Ji took advantage of the warm atmosphere to confess to Shunzhe what she had done. After hearing her words, Shunzhe's handsome face turned as red as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said, "You knew that Jiang Tianhao and Yi Zissou were trying to harm you, but you still went with Yi Zissou to the birthday party?" Shigegai nodded. "Yes." He glared at her and said fiercely, "What did you promise me? You won't put yourself in danger again. Did you even take my words to heart?" She tugged at his sleeve pitifully. "Aja, don't be angry. I'll be fine. I already knew about their tricks, so I beat them at their own game. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put myself at risk. Besides, Qing Sang has been secretly protecting me. No one can hurt me." That night, she pretended to be drunk and was taken to the hotel by Yi Zissou. After she knocked Jiang Tianhao out, she fed him medicine and stuffed him under the bed. Then, she put the fruit knife on the bedside table and asked Qing Sang to help install the surveillance cameras and design all the links. This led to the tragedy of Broken Chrysanthemum, full of wounds, and led Yi Zissou to the path of crime. Shunzhe pinched her cheek fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "One day, I'll be angered to death by you. Can't you be a little more obedient?" Ji hugged his neck and said coquettishly, "Aja, after I deal with those people, I'll listen to you and won't mess around anymore." He hugged her and smiled bitterly. "Why do I feel like I'm raising a daughter? A rebellious daughter and a troubled father. Chi, your father must be having a hard time. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if her plan went wrong and those bastards hurt her. He really couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He had to watch over her all the time in the future. Aja, I love you." Ji held his cheeks and said sweet words shamelessly to divert his attention. Her beautiful eyes looked at him expectantly. Her beautiful cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. She was acting coquettishly. Even if his heart was made of stone, it had already melted. However, he still hardened his heart and said, "It's useless to say that I love you. I'm still angry. Aja, I love you." She climbed on top of him and kissed his cold lips with a pout. Seeing that his face was still dark, she continued to kiss him. Every time she kissed him, she would say, "I love you," and she would say in a different language: English, Japanese, Korean, Italian. In order to please young Master Shun, Ji racked her brains and said all the languages she knew. In the end, Shunzhe finally lost to her. He kissed her fiercely and planted strawberries all over her neck. With a dark face, he said, "Do you still dare to do it in the future?" She grabbed the clothes in front of his chest and blinked pitifully. "I don't dare anymore." Shunzhe ruffled her hair hard and finally let her go. Although Shunzhe said that he was angry, he was already thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. The two of them analyzed the situation and felt that even if Jiang Tianhao woke up, he would not implicate Yuqi in order to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have an additional charge of seduction and rape. Therefore, in order to clear his name, he would most likely stand on Jin Yahui's side and admit that he had an affair with Yi Zissou. He would also testify that Yi Zissou had deliberately killed Jin Mingyao. Yi Zissou had Lu Jianfeng's support. In the end, a simple murder case would turn into a power struggle between Lu Jianfeng and Jin Yahui. What they needed to do now was to intensify the conflict between Lu Jianfeng and Jin Yahui. They needed to make them fight and both sides suffer. Ji took out a USB flash drive from her handbag and handed it to Shunzhe. This is the surveillance video of Yi Zissou killing Jin Mingyao. Ahem, the content is heavy. Please be careful. Shunzhe glanced at her and inserted the USB flash drive into the computer expressionlessly. Not long after, the room was filled with moans. After a while, Jiang Tianhao suddenly got up from under the bed and threw himself on Jin Mingyao's body to do some thrusting, Shunja turned to look at Jiyuchi. Jiyuchi quickly covered her eyes with both hands to show that she did not see anything. He turned his head again and watched the video expressionlessly. He completely regarded it as a violent and erotic horror movie. After watching it, he said in a calm voice, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future. Be careful not to get needle-eye." Jiyuchi quickly raised her hand. I pressed the fast-forward button. I didn't see anything clearly. It's true. Shunja nodded non-committally. With this evidence, we can at least save Yi Zisu's life. Whether it's Lu Jianfeng or Jin Yahui, if they know of its existence, they will get it at all costs. Jiyuchi touched her chin with her right hand and smiled maliciously. Then let them fight. It's best if they fight until they bleed. Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 9:15. Just as the police were extorting a confession from Yi Zisu, the situation suddenly took a turn. Someone anonymously called the TV station and said that he lived in the building opposite the hotel and saw the incident with his binoculars. Yi Zisu was actually knocked out by Jiang Tianhao and then raped by Jin Mingyao. After that, Jiang Tianhao raped Jin Mingyao. This statement was simply too shocking. Even if the TV station was ordered by the higher-ups to not broadcast any news that went against Jin Mingyao's reputation, there were still a few bold people who spread this shocking news on the internet. The power of the netizens was very strong. In just one night, this news was pushed to the headlines. Many netizens stood up to support Yi Zisu and believed that she was indeed raped and killed because of excessive self-defense. There were also people who revealed that Jin Mingyao was a womanizer and had improper relationships with many women. They even said that he had once raped an underage prostitute. There were even people who questioned why the mainstream media did not objectively report the murder case and instead stood on Jin Mingyao's side. That person sharply pointed out that there was only one answer, and that was Jin Mingyao's father, Jin Yahui, who was manipulating things behind the scenes. Jin Yahui abused his power for personal gain and was unworthy of the title public servant. As the matter blew up, Jin Yahui was pushed into the limelight. On the other hand, Yi Zisu's backer, Lu Jianfeng, remained silent and almost made people forget about his existence. Chen Tingfang looked at the heated discussion on the internet and said uneasily, "Cousin, is this really going to work?" The mainstream media still did not speak up for Zisu. Will Jin Yahui continue to suppress news that is unfavorable to Jin Mingyao? Lu Jianfeng said in a deep voice, "Of course, this is not enough. Next, I will take out evidence of Jin Yahui abusing his power for personal gain and bending the law for personal gain. I will let the higher-ups notice him and investigate his background. Let's see how long he can be arrogant." Having been the officialdom for many years, Lu Jianfeng naturally had some connections. He went around collecting evidence of Jin Yahui's crimes, wanting to pull him down. This way, Jin Yahui would no longer be able to interfere with Zisu's case. Although the method was a little roundabout, it was the most effective. Recently, Jin Yahui had been overwhelmed by the news on the internet. He guessed that someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, trying to oust him from his position. However, he couldn't back down. If he backed down, his dead son would have to bear the infamy. He had to make Yi Zisu pay for his son's life. He asked his subordinates to contact all the major websites and asked them to quickly delete those unfavorable comments about him. He also called his former leaders to explain the whole story and said that he was absolutely innocent to gain their support. Just as he was getting tired of dealing with them, he received a mysterious email. The content of the email was very brief. "I'm an eyewitness. I know the whole truth." Jin Yahui's expression changed, and he immediately replied, "Why should I believe you?" About 10 minutes later, the other party sent an email with no content, only a video. He clicked on the video. The playback wasn't smooth, and it was very choppy. However, he could clearly see that it was indeed his son raping Yi Zisu. Halfway through the video, a man suddenly popped out from under the bed. At this moment, he suddenly heard a click, and the video turned pitch black. No matter what he did, He couldn't continue playing the video. What happened after that? Jin Yahuwei's mind was full of questions. Even though he knew that the other party was deliberately baiting him, he still replied, "Who are you? What's your motive?" This time, the other party replied very quickly, "It's very simple. I want you to let Yi Zissou off." Jin Yahuwei frowned and his mind raced. If the other party wanted to let Yi Zissou off, then he must be someone who knew Yi Zissou. Ji Bowen was just a businessman, and Yi Zissou was his stepdaughter. He wouldn't go to such lengths for her. Could it be Yi Zissou's uncle, Lu Jianfeng? Jin Yahuwei connected the dots and thought about it seriously. Suddenly, everything became clear. According to the gossip from his colleagues, Lu Jianfeng was about to be sent to Ying City. That meant that he had a reason to target him. Firstly, he wanted to save Yi Zissou. Secondly, he wanted to pave the way for him to come to Ying City and get rid of him. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Are you the one who targeted me on the internet?" After waiting for nearly half an hour, the other party slowly replied with 2 words, "No. No, of course not." It must have been him. Jin Yahuwei had already assumed that the person on the other end of the computer was Lu Jianfeng. He quickly typed, "Change your condition. I can give you anything you want." The other party replied, "Haha, it seems like you don't have the sincerity to negotiate with me. Then let this video go viral. Aren't you curious about what happened after the video?" What happened after the video? Could it be that the rumors on the internet were true? That Jiang Tianhao had raped his son? That was simply unbelievable. However, if that was the case and the video was leaked, his son would die without dignity. How could he, as an official, show his face? Jin Yahuwei's face was ashen. He hesitated for a long time before replying, "Let me think about it." The other party replied quickly, "Okay, 2 days. After 2 days, I will let you and your son's reputation fall to rock bottom. Lu Jianfeng, you and I are irreconcilable." Jin Yahuwei was furious. He slammed his palm on the table, causing the cup on the table to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. What Jin Yahuwei didn't know was that when he opened the other party's email, the complete video of the rape had been injected into his computer by a virus and stored on the E-drive. On the other side, Chen Tingfang also received an email. There was also an incomplete video in the email. The person who sent the email wrote, "I found this video when I was helping someone repair their computer. I was shocked at the time, so I secretly saved it. Unfortunately, the video was injected with a virus. Halfway through the video, it will be automatically destroyed. Even I can't restore it. After I found out the truth, I was very hesitant. I didn't know if I should stand up for you. However, when I thought of an innocent woman being raped, falsely accused, and even sentenced to death, my conscience was condemned. I couldn't stay silent anymore, so I sent the video to you. I hope you can help Missy." Chen Tingfang's body trembled as she watched the video. She watched her daughter being humiliated with her own eyes, but she couldn't do anything to save her. Her heart ached like it was being stabbed by a knife. Her fingers trembled as she replied to the email, "I am very grateful that you sent this evidence to me. May I ask, who did you see it when you were helping repair their computer?" She waited until the evening before the person replied, "That person is too powerful. I don't dare to be his enemy. I'm just an ordinary citizen. This is all I can do. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I'm still very grateful to you." Chen Tingfang's whole body leaned on the soft chair. Her eyes stared blankly at the computer screen. In her heart, she already had the answer. It must be Jin Yahuwei. After Lu Jianfeng learned about this matter, he said decisively. Chen Tingfang looked tired. "I guessed it was him. If the evidence is in his hands, then it will be troublesome. He will definitely destroy it." Lu Jianfeng's face was calm. His fingers gently tapped the back of the chair and said, "Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we can't give up." Chen Tingfang hurriedly asked, "Cousin, do you have any good ideas?" "I know a very powerful hacker. Let him hack into Jin Yahuwei's computer and see if he can find the complete video." Lu Jianfeng frowned slightly. Actually, there was another way, and that was to hack into Jin Yahuwei's home to look for possible evidence. However, the risk was too great. If the matter was exposed and he was implicated, then his career would be over. Just as Lu Jianfeng was thinking of a way to deal with Jin Yahui, news came from the hospital that Jiang Tianhao had regained consciousness. This news immediately caused a sensation. Many media reporters blocked the entrance of the hospital, wanting to interview Jiang Tianhao. However, they were all stopped by the police guarding him outside the door. The criminal police in charge of the case also rushed to the hospital immediately to ask about the case. Jiang Tianhao was still very weak. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. After he woke up, he found out about the progress of the case from Yuxiao. He immediately chose the statement that was most beneficial to him. Facing the police officer who was taking down his statement, he slowly said, "On the night of the incident, Yi Zissou asked me to meet and said that she wanted to talk to me. After all, we were husband and wife, so I agreed. When I rushed to the hotel, I found that she seemed to be drunk. She hugged me and refused to let go. She even said that she wanted to remarry me. I couldn't control myself and had sex with her." The police officer asked, "When you had sex with her, did you know that she was dating Jin Mingyao?" The police officer's words were very tempting. Jiang Tianhao followed his direction and replied, "I didn't know. She didn't mention it to me." "What happened after that?" "When we were having sex, Jin Mingyao suddenly appeared. He scolded Yi Zissou and said that she was A.B*T*. He said that she was already in a relationship with him and was still seducing another man. I was stunned at the time and didn't know what was going on. Yi Zissou suddenly jumped up and got into an argument with Jin Mingyao. Jin Mingyao slapped Yi Zissou. Yi Zissou grabbed a fruit knife from the bedside table and stabbed Jin Mingyao in the back. I was scared out of my wits and wanted to separate them. When I ran up to stop them, Yi Zissou suddenly stabbed me with a knife. After that, I fainted. Did you see Yi Zissou kill Jin Mingyao with your own eyes? I saw her stab him many times, but I wasn't sure if he was still breathing because at that time, I was already unconscious." The police officer asked a few more questions, and Jiang Tianhao answered them one by one. In short, not only did he clear his name, but he also cleared the suspicion of Jin Mingyao's rape and pushed all the blame onto Yi Zissou. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 916. With Jiang Tianhao's testimony, Jin Yahui heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was worried about the video. If the video were to be leaked, all his efforts would have been in vain. Did he really have to let Yi Zissou go? He couldn't take it lying down. Jin Yahui was hesitant and extremely annoyed. Lu Jianfeng had already bribed a hacker to hack into Jin Yahui's computer. Sure enough, he found the video on his computer, as well as some evidence of his corruption. Lu Jianfeng was extremely excited. He sorted out the evidence he had collected, wrote a report letter, and mailed it to the relevant department anonymously. Also, he asked Chen Tingfang to contact Jin Yahui directly and threaten him with the video to let Yi Zissou go. Over the phone, Chen Tingfang went straight to the point. "Mr. Jin, we all know the truth about my daughter killing your son. I don't want to blow things up, so I'm giving you one last chance. Let my daughter go. Otherwise, I don't mind fighting to the death." Jin Yahui said coldly, "So it was you who used the email to threaten me? If I listen to your arrangements and let Yi Zissou go, what if you go back on your words and spread the video, ruining my son's reputation?" Chen Tingfang didn't understand what he meant by his first sentence, but when she heard what he said next, she couldn't help but sneer. "Mr. Jin, are you joking? Even if my daughter was overly defensive, she still killed someone. She'll be in jail for at least a few years. You're so resourceful that it's easy for you to make her die quietly in jail. Since my daughter is in your hands, how would I dare to act rashly and spread the video?" So, not only could the video be used to threaten Jin Yahui, it was also Zissou's amulet. Chen Tingfang had to make good use of it. Jin Yahui gritted his teeth and said with a sullen face, "You're right. If you dare to go back on your words, I won't let you off. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. My daughter is still suffering in the detention center. I want you to clear her name as soon as possible. I'll deal with it as soon as possible. Remember your promise." In the end, Jean Yahweh compromised. However, he was a petty person, so he had already thought of a way to take revenge on Lu Jianfeng. For the past few days, the people of Ying City saw the news of Yi Zissou killing people when they opened their eyes. When they closed their eyes, they still heard the same news. However, the content had changed drastically. Jiang Tianhao finally admitted that in order to bribe Jin Mingyao, he had deliberately sent Yi Zissou to Jin Mingyao's room. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed Jin Mingyao sexually assaulting Yi Zissou. Afterwards, Yi Zissou had fought back and over-defended herself, killing Jin Mingyao and injuring him. Yu Xiao couldn't even raise her head. She didn't even dare to step out of her house. Yi Zissou was finally released from the little black room. The dark interrogation and 7 days of torture had caused her body to become thin and haggard. She was like a withered rose, completely devoid of life. When Chen Tingfang saw Yi Zissou in the reception room, she almost couldn't recognize her. She was sitting in front of the thick glass in a daze like a puppet. Her pale face still had scars that hadn't healed. It was obvious that she had been violently treated in the detention center. Chen Tingfang's heart ached so much that tears streamed down her face. After calling her name a few times, she finally looked up at Chen Tingfang and called out in a daze, "Mom?" Chen Tingfang's tears fell even more fiercely. She reached out her hand and pressed it against the glass. She forced out an ugly smile to comfort her. "Zissou, don't be afraid. You'll be fine. Mom and Uncle are trying to think of a way for you." Yi Zissou saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face through the glass. That face was covered in tears, and she was crying so sadly. When she was being tortured in the little black room, every time she couldn't hold on, she would think of her mother. She would think of her mother's promise that she would get her out. She would then muster up her courage again. Yi Zissou didn't dare to recall those dark days. She slowly reached out her right hand and pressed it against Chen Tingfang's hand. She said in tears, "Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong in the past. I won't go against you again. Mom, I love you." Chen Tingfang burst into tears. "Zissou, Mom loves you too. You'll be fine. You must hold on. Mom, don't cry." Yi Zissou reached out her hand and wanted to wipe the tears from her face. However, she couldn't touch her face through the glass. Chen Tingfang's heart ached when she saw this. She cried even more sadly. "Mom, don't cry. If you cry again, your eyes will swell." Yi Zissou wanted to laugh, but more tears fell. "Mom, when I get out, I will be filial to you. Mom, if you're not happy now, divorce Uncle G. Don't fight anymore." After this, Yi Zissou completely thought it through. No matter how much money she had, she couldn't bring it with her when she was born, and she couldn't bring it with her when she died. It was better to live happily. Unfortunately, she understood it too late. What awaited her was a few years of prison life. In the end, Yi Zissou was sentenced to 5 years in prison for excessive self-defense and murder. Jiang Tianhao was an accomplice to the rape and was also sentenced to 5 years in prison. After Yi Zissou was transferred to the women's prison, Ji Bowen visited her and told her to reform herself and turn over a new leaf. Yi Zissou was both grateful and guilty. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Uncle Ji, I've done a lot of wrong things in the past. I'm really grateful that you're still willing to visit me. I wrote this letter to Sister Yuchi. Please help me pass it to her." It was a letter of apology. It could be said that it was written with sincerity, making those who read it cry and those who read it feel sad. However, Ji Yuchi read it expressionlessly and didn't say anything. She directly threw into the trash can. Without saying a word, she turned around and went upstairs. Just as she took a step, her tears fell. She clenched her fists tightly and said in her heart, "My baby, Mom has finally avenged you. That evil woman who harmed your life has finally received the punishment she deserves." Ji Bowen looked at his daughter's lonely and proud back view and sighed helplessly. Some injuries left scars that could never be healed. Lu Jianfeng used a business trip as an excuse to rush from Hansheng to Ying City to deal with Yi Zissou's case. After her case was settled, it was time for him to return to Hansheng. When Chen Tingfang sent him to the car, he He looked at her deeply with a hint of reluctance hidden in the depths of his eyes. In the end, he raised his hand and stroked the hair by her ear, just like he did when he was younger. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her cheek, and his deep voice had a different kind of warmth. Ting Fong, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Shun Ting Fong smiled and said reluctantly, Okay, you take care too. Cousin, I don't know when I'll see you again. Lu Jianfeng couldn't help but hug her and whispered soon. When I'm transferred to Ing City, you'll be able to see me anytime. She patted his waist gently with her right hand and smiled. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Cousin, be careful on the road. The woman in his arms was already old. She wasn't as young and beautiful as she was when she was young, but in Lu Jianfeng's eyes, she would always be the little girl in his arms. He tightened his arms and slowly let go of her. In a gentle voice, he said, Zissou is right. If you're not happy, divorce Ji Bowen. I can still afford to raise you. Shun Ting Fong pouted coquettishly. I'm already the child's mother. How can I let cousin raise me and become a joke to others? Lu Jianfeng's deep eyes gazed into her eyes. His lips moved slightly, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only pressed his broad palm on her head and said in a low voice, I'm leaving. Take care. The car slowly drove out of the Ji residence. Shun Ting Fong stood at the gate of the courtyard and looked in the direction of the car. She smiled faintly. After Lu Jianfeng got into the car, he leaned against the back of the seat and closed his eyes to rest. The car sped along and soon drove up the mountain road. He felt that the car was getting faster and faster, and he felt uncomfortable. He opened his eyes and looked at the driver in the front seat. He said lightly, Xiaoyang, drive slower. Xiaoyang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Lu Jianfeng through the rearview mirror and said nervously, Minister Lu, the car's brakes are broken. Lu Jianfeng's heart tightened. He quickly straightened his body and said in a deep voice, Don't panic. Stay calm. Pay attention to the road ahead and control the steering wheel. Xiaoyang was an experienced driver who had been with him for 3 years. If even he was panicking, it meant that the situation was very dangerous. Sure enough, Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and said, I've already tried to reduce the speed, but it didn't work. If it really doesn't work, we can only rely on friction to reduce the speed of the car. Minister, sit tight. Lu Jianfeng nodded. Okay, don't be nervous. You can do it. Just as he finished speaking, a truck came out of the fork in the road and rushed towards their car. Xiaoyang watched as it drove into their lane. Xiaoyang nervously honked the horn. The truck continued to drive as it got closer and closer. Xiaoyang made a prompt decision and turned the steering wheel to the side of the road. Who knew that the truck would also turn into the lane? Seeing that the two cars were about to collide, Xiaoyang turned the steering wheel again. The car was like a divine dragon swaying its tail. With a violent inertia, it slammed into the side of the road. There was no control of the brakes. After hitting the green belt, it crashed into the fence behind it. The loud sound of the collision echoed in the empty valley. The front of the car was smashed into the green belt and was dented. It was hard to imagine the situation of the people sitting in the car. The truck driver saw that the situation was bad and had already driven away. In the narrow car, after the windshield was smashed, the debris scattered everywhere. Xiaoyang's body was covered in cuts and blood. He hung his head and leaned against the back of the seat, motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Lu Jianfeng, who was sitting in the back, had his arms and legs cut by the glass. At the same time, his head hit the front seat and was in a semi-conscious state. He struggled to open his eyes and called out Xiaoyang's name with a hoarse voice. There was no response for a long time. In the end, he struggled to take out his phone and called the emergency number. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 9:17. Director Jean, I've already gotten someone to do what you've instructed. It's done cleanly, and there won't be any traces left behind. Jean Yahweh chuckled. Very good, little Lee. With you in charge, I'm assured. The person on the other end of the phone tried to curry favor with him before hesitantly asking, What about the bid for the land in the east of the city? Don't worry, I'll handle it. All right, that's all. I have a meeting now. All right, Director Jean. You're busy, you're busy. Jean Yahweh hung up the phone. Under his smiling eyes, there was a hidden cold hatred. He purposely got someone to create a car accident. Even if he couldn't kill Lu Jianfeng, he would at least cripple him. A series of knocks on the door interrupted his reverie. Two men in black suits walked in expressionlessly. Jean Yahweh, someone reported you for corruption and bribery. Please come with us for investigation. Jean Yahweh's heart thumped. He immediately smiled and said, "The two of you, are you mistaken? How could I possibly do such a thing? Is there a mistake? Please come with us to the Commission for Discipline Inspection." The two men showed no mercy as they walked to his left and right to prevent him from running away. Jean Yahweh's face was ashen. Would he be able to walk out safely after entering the Commission for Discipline Inspection? Just as Lu Jianfeng had planned, Jean Yahweh was interrogated. As for himself, he was also attacked by Jean Yahweh. He suffered a slight concussion, a broken arm, and a serious cut on his leg. He would have to be hospitalized for at least half a month. His driver, Little Wong, was seriously injured. He was lying unconscious in the ICU, and no one knew if he could wake up. When Shen Tingfang found out that he was in a car accident, she immediately rushed to the People's Hospital. When she saw the man wrapped up like a mummy on the bed, she couldn't help but cry. "Cousin, it's all my fault. If I didn't ask you to come to Ing City, you wouldn't have gotten into a car accident." Lu Jianfeng really wanted to wipe away her tears, but Ji Bowen was also present. He only raised his hand slightly and comforted her. "Tingfang, don't blame yourself. No one can say for sure whether it's a natural or man-made disaster. My injuries aren't that serious, and I'll get better soon." Ji Bowen patted Chen Tingfang's shoulder to comfort her. Chen Tingfang said with reddened eyes, "Cousin, have you informed cousin-in-law about your injury?" "Not yet. You know how hot-tempered she is. I'm afraid that she and Lil Hao will be worried. I plan to wait until my injuries are better before informing her." That's good too. Lil Hao is about to take the college entrance exam. At this critical juncture, it's best not to distract him. Chen Tingfang picked up an apple and said while peeling it, "Cousin, I've been taking care of you in the hospital these days. Whatever you need or want to eat, just tell me. Don't be shy." Lu Jianfeng gently smiled. "Just hire a caretaker. Bowen will have an opinion if you take care of me personally." Ji Bowen smiled. "Department head Lu, you must be joking. You're Tingfang's cousin, which means that you're my cousin as well. How can I have an opinion if she takes care of you?" Lu Jianfeng joked. "You're still saying that you don't have an opinion? We're family, so why are you being so polite and calling me department head Lu?" Ji Bowen awkwardly smiled. "I'm used to it. I haven't changed it yet. Please don't take it to heart." The three of them chatted for a while and tacitly did not mention anything about the past. The atmosphere was still harmonious. Half an hour later, Ji Bowen had something to do in the company and left first. Chen Tingfang went home to make soup for Lu Jianfeng and also left. Lu Jianfeng was the only one left in the huge ward, which made him feel a little lonely. He stared at the ceiling and sighed heavily as he thought of something. Lu Jianfeng's right hand was fractured and covered in a thick cast. He couldn't eat and wanted to use his left hand. Chen Tingfang rebuked, "It's inconvenient to eat with your left hand. Let me feed you." An uncomfortable expression appeared on his handsome face. He coughed and said, "That's not good. I'll do it myself." As he spoke, he picked up the spoon with his left hand and awkwardly scooped up a spoonful of rice. Chen Tingfang quickly snatched the spoon from his hand. "You're my cousin. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let me feed you." She sat beside him and brought the spoon to his mouth. She smiled. "Come, open your mouth." Lu Jianfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her tone sounded like she was coaxing a child. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he still held the spoon and swallowed the mouthful of rice. The two of them were very close. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance on her body. She fed him spoonful by spoonful and wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue from time to time. Her expression was very gentle, and her gaze was very focused. Lu Jianfeng's muscles gradually tightened, and a complicated emotion flashed across his deep eyes. After finishing the bowl of rice, His back was drenched in sweat. Chen Tingfang saw the sweat on his forehead and naturally touched it with her finger. She said softly, "Cousin, why are you sweating? I'll get some hot water to help you wipe it." Lu Jianfeng pressed her hand and said in a dry voice, "No need. You've been out for a long time. Go back early." Chen Tingfang's expression darkened and her tone was bleak. "There's nothing to do even if I go back. Facing the empty big house, there's no one to talk to. Zissou isn't here either. Just thinking about it makes me sad. It's better to stay here and accompany cousin." There was a hint of heartache in his eyes, and he tightened his grip on her hand. "Since you're unhappy, why do you have to suffer?" She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Cousin, I'm not willing to give up just like that. I've worked so hard for him for so many years, and I have nothing to say if I can't compare to his dead wife. However, I can't even compare to his child. He only treats me as a nanny of the G family. He only said that I'm heartless and hurt his child, but why didn't he ask me why I became like this? It's all Ji Bowen's fault." The heartache in his eyes deepened, and he couldn't help but reach out to stroke the hair by her ear. Just like when they were young, whenever she was wronged, he would silently sit by her side. He didn't say any comforting words, but just quietly accompanied her. Her eyes were sore, and she almost cried. She quickly stood up and turned her back. "I'll get a basin of hot water." When she returned with hot water, there was already a faint smile on her face. She wet the towel in the hot water, wrung it dry, and carefully wiped his cheeks. Her extremely gentle action was like a feather, causing ripples in the deep lake of his heart. During this period, Chen Tingfang would personally cook every day, make soup, cook, and send it to the hospital personally to take care of Lu Jianfeng. With Lu Jianfeng's comfort, her mood was much better. Occasionally, she would make soup in the kitchen and hum a little song that she liked when she was young. Today, she was carrying a box of food and was about to go out when an angry voice came from outside. "Let go of me! Let go of me! I want to see that bitch Chen Tingfang." Chen Tingfang's eyes narrowed and she snorted. It was Yuxiao. She clearly remembered how Yuxiao humiliated her in the hospital. She didn't settle the score with her, but she actually came knocking on her door. She really deserved it. Chen Tingfang put the box of food on the table and quickly walked to the door. Her face darkened, and her sharp gaze swept across the three people in front of her. Two security guards grabbed Yuxiao's arms on both sides. They hadn't seen her for more than 10 days, and half of her hair had turned white. She was like a shrew, throwing a tantrum and kicking the two security guards. When she saw Chen Tingfang, she stopped kicking and roared angrily, "Chen Tingfang, return my son to me." Chen Tingfang ignored her and shouted at the security guards, "How you doing your job? How dare you let outsiders into the villa?" The two security guards apologized profusely. "We're sorry, Mrs. G. This woman broke in when we weren't paying attention. We'll take her away immediately." Yuxiao struggled and screamed, "Chen Tingfang, you bitch! You'll die a horrible death. My son is innocent. Hurry up and let him go." She cursed loudly. Chen Tingfang's face became uglier and uglier. She suddenly shouted, "You too, let her go first." The security guards were in a dilemma. "Mrs. G, this woman is crazy. What if she does something? It's okay. Let her go first. I want to talk to her." The security guards let go of Yuxiao, but they didn't dare to be careless. They stood closest to Yuxiao. If she dared to do anything to hurt Chen Tingfang, they would immediately subdue her. Chen Tingfang stared coldly at Yuxiao and sneered. "Yuxiao, you didn't expect this, right? Every dog has its day. Today, you're in my hands." After the argument just now, Yuxiao was in a mess. Her hair was messy and her clothes were untidy. After she regained her freedom, she didn't do anything extreme like the security guards had expected. Instead, she glared at Chen Tingfang and said through gritted teeth, "There's no good person in the Ji family. Ji Bowen killed my husband, and your daughter wants to kill my son. Even if I die and turn into a ghost, I won't let you off." Chen Tingfang didn't take her threats seriously at all. She sneered, "You said my husband killed your husband. Are you delusional? You're the one who's delusional. If Ji Bowen didn't kill my husband and steal the company, The G group would be our family now. What's there to be proud of? Your identity as a rich wife was stolen. Yushio thought about her husband's tragic death and her son's imprisonment. Then, she thought about how she was alone and living a difficult life. She felt more and more desperate and broke down. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was that her tragedy was caused by G. Bowen. She wanted to kill G. Bowen and everyone in the G family. There was a voice in her head that kept saying, "Kill them, kill them." She suddenly pushed away the security guards in front of her and rushed to the G family's living room. Chen Ting Fong and the other two were caught off guard and were a step behind. When they ran to the living room, Yushio had already run into the kitchen. They didn't know what she wanted to do, so they quickly chased after her. When they reached the kitchen door, they saw Yushio holding cooking oil in one hand and a lighter in the other. She poured the cooking oil on the ground and shouted, "Don't come over. If you dare come over, I'll set it on fire immediately." "Don't set it on fire. Calm down. We'll leave immediately." One of the security guards reacted quickly. He gave his companion a look, indicating that he should hurry out and call the police. He pulled Chen Tingfang's arm and slowly left the kitchen. The security guard quietly hid behind Chen Tingfang and his colleagues. He planned to retreat further away and call the police. Unexpectedly, Yushio's eyes were very sharp. She noticed his small movements and screamed, "Don't move. The three of you, don't move. If anyone dares to move, I'll set this place on fire immediately." As she spoke, she pressed the lighter with a click, and a flame sprang up. The red tongue of flame could engulf this place at any time. Beauty novel, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 918. Chen Tingfang reached out and comforted her nervously. "Don't move, don't move. We won't move. Ms. Yu, please calm down. Put down the lighter. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk." Yushio hugged the cooking oil and approached them step by step, forcing them to retreat from the kitchen. The four of them slowly moved to the living room. Yushio poured the cooking oil as she walked. The cooking oil flowed all over the floor. Moreover, it was a wooden floor. If it was lit, it would be difficult to control the fire. Chen Tingfang and the other two's hearts were in their throats. Their minds raced as they tried to think of a way to snatch the lighter from Yushio's hands. "Don't move. All of you, don't move." Yushio glanced around threateningly. Other than them, there were also a few servants in the living room who were scared silly. The cowardly one's legs were trembling as they prayed in their hearts, "Bodhisattva, please protect me." The more courageous and quick-witted ones had already escaped from the villa and anxiously called the police. After calling the police, they didn't know what to do and hid far away. Yushio's gaze fell on Chen Tingfang. She said sternly, "Chen Tingfang, hurry and call Ji Bowen back. No, not just Ji Bowen, but also Ji Yuqi and Ji Yunhan. I want all of you to be buried with my husband." Chen Tingfang was frightened by the lighter in her hand. She quickly said, "Okay, I'll call them right away. Calm down." Under Yushio's threatening gaze, she didn't dare to take the phone from the coffee table. A servant carefully handed the phone to her. After answering the call, Chen Tingfang forced herself to be calm. "When, Bowen, something happened at home. Come back immediately." Ji Bowen pressed his forehead and said helplessly, "What happened?" Chen Tingfang secretly glanced at Yushio. "A guest is looking for you. Come back immediately." "I'm busy right now and can't leave. If it's not an important guest, send him away first." Chen Tingfang was about to cry. Her voice trembled as she said, "It's very important. It's a very important guest. If you don't come back, we'll all die." As soon as she finished speaking, the phone in her hand was snatched away by Yushio. Yushio fiercely threw the phone on the floor, and then she kicked Chen Tingfang's stomach and scolded, "Who told you to say that? You want Ji Bowen to call the police, right? You want Ji Bowen to call the police, right?" She was in a sorry state. She wanted to get up. "Yushio. US's, her est, her TT's, she, T's, ST's. Yo, why are you looking at me like that? Are you not convinced?" Yushio had nowhere to vent the anger in her heart. She just found a way to vent her anger. She raised her foot again and kicked Chen Tingfang. The woman's painful screams instantly resounded in the living room. The others present were worried that they would agitate Yushio, so no one dared to say anything. Poor Chen Tingfang could only endure her punches and kicks. As for Ji Bowen, he heard the sound of things being smashed coming from the phone and a woman's angry scolding. He had a bad premonition. He didn't care about the company's affairs and ordered the driver to drive home as fast as possible. Ji Yuqi didn't have classes in the afternoon, so she went home early. Just as she was about to enter the villa, she received a call from Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou sounded very anxious. Yuqi, no matter where you are, don't come home. Jiang Tianhao's mother ran to the villa to cause trouble. She poured oil in the living room and said she was going to set the villa on fire. I escaped with a few other people. We've called the police, but the police haven't arrived yet. Don't come back. Ji Yuqi's heart sank. She quickly asked, Xiao Rou, what's the situation now? How many people are being held hostage? Xiao Rou was so anxious that she was about to cry. Yushio seems to be beating Chen Tingfang. I heard Chen Tingfang's screams coming from inside. Other than her, there are 2 security guards and 4 servants. Okay, I got it. Don't worry. Find a safe place and gather the people who escaped. Let's all hide. After saying that, she immediately hung up. She opened the glove compartment and rummaged around inside. She took out a small cloth bag. After opening the bag, she saw rows of silver needles neatly arranged. These silver needles were given to her by Zhao Yao when she was practicing martial arts and learning the acupuncture points of the human body. She didn't expect that they would come in handy today. Ji Yuqi parked the car outside the villa and sneaked into the courtyard. Xiao Rou was hiding in the garden. When she saw her, she anxiously grabbed her hand and whispered, Yuqi, don't go in. It's too dangerous. Ji Yuqi whispered, don't worry. I'm confident that nothing will happen. Chen Tingfang aside, there are still many innocent people inside. I can't just watch them get into trouble. After saying that, she patted Xiao Rou's hand and walked towards the backyard with determination. First, she turned off the alarm to avoid triggering it and agitating Yushio. She couldn't go through the front door. She climbed the ladder to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Then, she entered her room from the balcony. She took off her shoes and casually picked up an antique vase. She quietly walked down the stairs step by step. A few people were standing facing the stairs. The moment they saw her, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. She smiled and put her index finger to her lips, signaling them not to scream. Yushio's back was facing the stairs, so she didn't see Ji Yuqi. She was still kicking Chen Tingfang. Even though she was panting from exhaustion, she still hugged the bucket of cooking oil tightly and held the lit lighter tightly. The more quick-witted security guard also saw Ji Yuqi appear. Ji Yuqi signaled him to look at the lighter in Yushio's hand. He blinked in understanding and suddenly said, Ms. Ji Yuqi, the lighter in your hand seems to be running out of oil. When Yushio heard this, she immediately stopped beating people and instinctively looked at the lighter in her hand. Sure enough, after burning for a long time, there wasn't much oil left. She didn't know if it could last until Ji Bowen returned. She hesitated whether she should turn off the lighter to save oil. However, if she turned it off, she was worried that others would pounce on her and snatch it away. After thinking for a moment, she finally thought of a good idea. She would drench everyone with oil. If they dared to come close to her, she would immediately light up the lighter and throw it at them. Yushio pointed in a direction and shouted, All of you, stand over there in a row. Those people stood in a row in fear, not knowing what she was going to do. In the next second, they understood. Yushio splashed the cooking oil on them like water and threatened sternly, If any of you dare to come close to me, I will immediately light up the lighter and throw it at you. Do you understand? No one dared to resist and nodded submissively. Yushio was very satisfied and finally turned off the lighter. The moment the flame disappeared, Ji Yuqi quickly raised her hand and a thin silver needle flew towards Yushio's right wrist. The needle pierced the acupuncture point and her entire arm went numb. Her fingers trembled and the lighter fell to the ground with a clang. Yushio sensed that something was wrong and quickly bent down to pick up the lighter. The others were too far away, and it was too late for them to snatch it. Jiyuchi was already prepared. She picked up the antique vase and threw it in Yushio's direction. The vase hit the back of her head, and her body swayed before she fell to the ground. Although her vision turned black, she didn't give up and used her hand to rub the floor, trying to pick up the lighter. Jiyuchi took advantage of the moment she fell to the ground and quickly ran to the living room and kicked the lighter to the living room door. The lighter rolled to Ji Bowen's feet. When Ji Bowen saw the scene in front of him, his heart almost stopped beating. His legs couldn't exert any strength, and he kicked the lighter out of the door twice. The lighter flew into the bushes by the side of the road. Immediately after, a group of police officers rushed in. Outside the courtyard, there was a fire engine and an ambulance. Jiyuchi quietly pulled out the silver needle from Yushio's wrist and put it in her pocket. She smiled brightly at Ji Bowen. "Dad, don't worry. I'm fine." Ji Bowen's expression was ugly. He was silent and walked straight to Jiyuchi. His heavy eyes stared at her. Worry, fear, heartache, blame, all kinds of complicated emotions intertwined in his eyes. However, due to the presence of outsiders, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. When the policemen saw the situation in front of them, they were all stunned. Jiyuchi smiled and said, "Officers, the criminal has been subdued. I'll have to trouble you to bring her to the police station." The leading police officer came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Okay, no problem. Little girl, were you the one who subdued her?" Jiyuchi smiled mischievously. "Thank you for the compliment, but it was all thanks to the help of that antique vase." The police officer gave a thumbs up. "You're very brave." When Yushio was arrested, she kept shouting that Ji Bowen had killed her husband and that the police should arrest Ji Bowen as well. However, no one paid attention to her and directly sent her to the police car. Chen Tingfang was beaten up by Yushio and had already fainted. 2 medical staff carried her into the ambulance. Ji Bowen and Jiyuchi also got into the ambulance and accompanied them to the hospital. In the car, the atmosphere was heavy. The medical staff gave Chen Tingfang emergency treatment for her wounds. Although Ji Bowen hated Chen Tingfang, he was also worried about her injuries. The father and daughter were silent for a moment. When they were about to reach the hospital, Ji Bowen looked at Jiyuchi and said with a straight face, "If something like this happens again in the future, you're not allowed to rush and recklessly. What if an accident happens?" Jiyuchi shamelessly moved to his side and said softly, "Dad, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Ji Bowen said impatiently, "You're always so disobedient. You say you understand, but the next time something like this happens, you'll definitely rush in again." How would his daughter know? When he saw her knocking Yushio to the ground and snatching the lighter, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Jiyuchi knew that she couldn't get away with it. She said carefully, "Dad, actually I've practiced martial arts with Grandpa Zhao Yao. So when I was dealing with Yushio, I was 100% confident that I wouldn't be in danger. Dad, I can't just watch her set the fire. There's so many innocent people in there. I can't just watch her threaten you." If Jiyuchi didn't snatch the lighter and subdue Yushio, after Jiyuchi returned home, Yushio would definitely set the house on fire and burn everyone to death. Ji Bowen was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed heavily and said, "Dad is very happy to see you so brave. However, I'm more worried. You're my daughter. You're the pride of me and your mother. We want to see you safe and happy. Do you understand?" Beauty novel Shinwoo 799. Chapter 919. Jiyuchi hurriedly nodded. "Dad, I understand. I'll be more careful in the future. I won't let myself get hurt." Ji Bowen's expression softened a little. He rubbed her hair and said gently, "When did you learn martial arts? You didn't even know about it?" Jiyuchi playfully stuck out her tongue. "It was last year. Actually, Ahan also learned martial arts. We just wanted to strengthen our bodies and have more ability to protect ourselves. Dad, you won't be angry, right?" Ji Bowen harumphed. Angry, of course I'm angry. I'm angry that you two actually did things behind my back. My children have really grown up. They're so scheming. You hide everything from your father. Ji Yuqi hurriedly hugged his arm and shook it to please him. Dad, we were wrong. We won't hide it from you in the future. Ji Bowen wasn't really angry. He was just teasing her. Seeing her eagerness to please him, he couldn't help but laugh. All right. You're already a big girl. You're still so spoiled. You make a fool of yourself. She harumphed. Even if I become an old woman, I'll still be a child in Dad's heart. I want to act spoiled with Dad. He tapped her forehead with his finger and scolded in a joking manner. Naughty girl. Chen Tingfang was sent to the city's People's Hospital, which was the hospital where Lu Jianfeng was staying. After Lu Jianfeng received the news, he dragged his injured leg and anxiously rushed to Chen Tingfang's ward. He didn't even look at Ji Bowen and his daughter. He rushed to the doctor and asked anxiously, Doctor, how's her condition? Are her injuries serious? The patient has multiple soft tissue injuries. Fortunately, her injuries aren't serious. She'll recover in about half a month. Lu Jianfeng glanced at the unconscious Chen Tingfang. His brows furrowed tightly and his tone was hurried. Since her injuries aren't serious, why hasn't she woken up yet? Have you checked her head? The doctor said helplessly. We've already checked her head. There aren't any injuries. Please don't worry. The patient will wake up in a few hours at most. What about the other areas? Have you checked them all? Of course, her injuries aren't serious. Please don't worry. Lu Jianfeng repeatedly asked the doctor to confirm that Chen Tingfang was indeed fine before he let the doctor go. After the doctor left, he immediately vented his anger on Ji Bowen and said with a livid face, How did you take care of Tingfang? How'd you get hurt so badly? Ji Yuqi really wanted to roll her eyes. This was clearly an accident, yet Lu Jianfeng was blaming her father. If he wasn't looking for trouble, then what was? Ji Bowen didn't look too good either. He said slowly, Yu Xiu barged into the house and held Tingfang hostage. The injuries on her body were also caused by Yu Xiu. Lu Jianfeng said coldly, Is your Ji family security system just for show? You actually let someone barge into the house. Ji Bowen's face was extremely ugly after being lectured by an outsider in front of his daughter. He clenched his fists and was about to say something when Ji Yuqi stood up. She raised her chin and said righteously, Uncle Lu, you've gone too far. I know that you're worried about Annie-chan because of her injuries, but please don't take out your anger on my father. It was indeed the security system's negligence to let Yu Xiu barge into the house. However, I've asked the security guards, and they said that they had already subdued Yu Xiu and were going to chase her out of the courtyard. It was Annie-chan who ordered them to let go of Yu Xiu, which caused her to barge into the villa. Annie-chan is injured, so she should also bear a part of the responsibility. She shouldn't push all the blame onto my father. Don't you think so, Uncle Lu? Her words were clear, and the main points were clear. Even the furious Lu Jianfeng had to admit that what she said made sense. However, he obviously couldn't swallow his pride and admit his mistake. Instead, he sternly asked, Do you have the right to interrupt when your elders are talking? Ji Yuqi smiled faintly and said indifferently, If the term elder means that you can't differentiate right from wrong, good from evil, then I really don't agree. Those light words slapped Lu Jianfeng hard in the face. He had heard from Tingfang that Ji Bowen's daughter had a sharp tongue and wasn't easy to get along with. He didn't take it to heart, but now he realized that she wasn't simple. He hated her even more. Lu Jianfeng's deep black eyes stared fixedly at Ji Yuqi. She smiled faintly and calmly welcomed him. The two of them were in a deadlock. Ji Bowen coughed and pretended to reprimand her. Chi-Chi, how can you speak to Uncle Lu like that? Don't you have classes in the afternoon? Hurry up and go to school. Ji Yuqi knew that her father was looking for a way out for Lu Jianfeng. She shrugged and sweetly said, Okay, I got it. Dad, I'll go to school then. Uncle Lu, I'll take my leave first. Bye-bye. Lu Jianfeng's face darkened and he nodded. After Ji Yuqi left, the atmosphere in the room froze again. Lu Jianfeng moved his legs and sat on the chair in front of the bed. He seemed to be waiting there for Chen Tingfang to wake up. Ji Bowen couldn't chase him away, so he helplessly frowned. While Chen Tingfang was recuperating, Yu Xiao was locked up in the detention center. She admitted to trespassing and kidnapping. At the same time, she proposed to sue Ji Bowen for causing her husband's death. However, because the statute of limitations had expired, the court didn't accept the case. She was clamoring to see Ji Bowen. In the reception room, Ji Bowen and Yu Xiao sat across from each other through a thick glass window. Yu Xiao glared hatefully at the man across the glass and said sternly, "Ji Bowen, you're lucky that I didn't burn you to death. Even if I die and become a ghost, I won't let you off. I won't let anyone from the Ji family off." Ji Bowen sighed. "Yu Xiao, why do you hate me so much? Why do you hate the Ji family so much?" Yu Xiao gritted her teeth and said, "You're still playing dumb. You stole the company back then and caused Zhen Yao's death. Tian Hao and I were forced to live in the countryside and suffered for decades. Now, your stepdaughter caused Tian Hao to be sentenced to prison. His life was ruined by the Ji family. Who else would I hate if not you? Let me tell you, Ji Bowen, God is watching. You'll suffer retribution." Ji Bowen stared at her in disbelief. After a while, he said, "You're saying that I caused Zhen Yao's death? Well, you're still playing dumb. Back then, Zhen Yao started a company with you. In order to monopolize the company, you set him up and chased him out of the company. Later, Zhen Yao tried to start another company. After he failed, he went to look for you and wanted to return to G Group to work. But what about you? Not only did you not help him because of your years of friendship, you even got someone to kill him with a car. Ji Bowen, you're so black-hearted. How can you sleep after so many years? Have you never dreamed of Zhen Yao?" Ji Bowen was shocked. He looked at Yu Xiao as if she was crazy. Her wrinkled cheeks were distorted by anger and looked even more terrifying. He was silent for a long time. Then he slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to misunderstand me so deeply. It seems that there are some things that I can't hide from you anymore." After the conversation, Yu Xiao's face was full of tears. Her eyes were lifeless, and she muttered, "I don't believe you. You must be lying." Looking at her figure being taken away by the prison guards, Ji Bowen sighed heavily. He didn't expect that a well-intentioned lie would cause such an irreversible situation. If he had known, he wouldn't have hidden it for Jiang Zhenyao. "Dad, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ji Yuqi stepped into the living room and found that her father had come home early. He sat on the sofa in silence and didn't look very good. Ji Bowen came back to his senses. He pinched his eyebrows and said in a tired voice, "I'm fine. I just remembered some things from the past and felt a little emotional." Ji Yuqi walked behind him and massaged his shoulders. She said softly, "Dad, when you visited Yu Xiao in the detention center today, did she say something to you? Last time when she was arrested, she said that you killed her husband. Who is her husband? Is that true?" This question had been lingering in her heart for a long time. Today, she finally had the chance to ask. Ji Bowen didn't hide it from her. He slowly said, "Then we'll have to start from 20 years ago. The story wasn't long, but it was shocking." Ji Yuqi finally understood why Jiang Tianhao in her previous life was so ruthless against the Ji family, against her and Ahon. She always thought that Jiang Tianhao was after money, but now she knew that he was after revenge. Different prisons, different visiting rooms, and different people visiting them. Ji Yuqi looked at the man on the other side of the glass. He used to be high-spirited and gentle, but now he was haggard. In addition, there were a few long scars on his cheeks because of the special care his companions gave him in prison. He looked down and out. Jiang Tianhao was also looking at her. She was even more beautiful than the last time they met. Her jade-like face, cold and elegant expression, was still elegant and noble. He bitterly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "I didn't expect you to come visit me, Yuqi." Ji Yuqi looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "I'm here to tell you some truths. Before I tell you, please answer me a question. You hate the Ji family, right?" Jiang Tianhao was shocked. "Why do you ask? That means you hate them." "Haha, how interesting. Jiang Tianhao, you hate the Ji family and my father because my father stole your father's company and killed your father, right? How do you know? It's simple. I found out the truth. I want to tell you what the real truth is. Ji Yuqi unfolded a piece of paper beside her and pasted it on the glass. She said in a low voice, "Open your eyes and take a good look. Your father's signature is on this piece of paper. He personally agreed to transfer the entire company to my father for a price of 1 million. Jiang Tianhao carefully read the document and found that it was indeed his father who proposed it. He said unwillingly, Ji Bowen must have dug a trap for my father to jump into. Otherwise, how could he sell the shares for 1 million? Ji Yuqi sneered. You think 1 million is too cheap, don't you? Then what if you add this IOU for 5 million? She took another piece of paper and pasted the side with the words on it on the glass so that he could see it clearly. She continued, this IOU was personally written by Jiang Jinyao. Due to his greed for fame, he was schemed against and owed the other party $5 million. In order to help him pay off this debt, my father went to all the banks in Ing City and used the company as collateral to get a loan of $6 million. $5 million was used to pay off the debt, and the remaining $1 million was given to your father to buy his shares. Attention, Shinwu 799. Chapter 920. Jiang Jinyao almost caused the company to go bankrupt. If it weren't for my dad's efforts to turn the situation around, would there still be G Group today? My dad helped him keep this secret for the sake of his longtime friend, so that he could maintain his dignity in front of his wife and children and not embarrass himself in front of his employees. I didn't expect that because of this you would misunderstand that it was my dad who snatched the shares from your father's hands. What a joke. What? Not only did his father almost cause the collapse of G Group, but he also withdrew his investment and ran away on his own during the most difficult time? No, this can't be true. Jiang Tianhao's eyes were about to split open. He suppressed his anger and roared. That's impossible. You made this up. Ji Yuqi curled her lips in disdain. Something that you've always believed and suddenly collapsed. You couldn't accept reality, so you hypnotized yourself and said that all of this was fake. Jiang Tianhao, can you be any more useless? Jiang Tianhao was like a trapped beast. He grabbed his hair angrily and roared angrily. He didn't believe that all of this was fake. Fake. He suddenly jumped up agitatedly and rushed to the front of the glass. He shouted anxiously, there's also a car accident. Ji Bowen caused the car accident and caused my dad's death. Ji Yuqi sneered. My dad caused the car accident? Jiang Tianhao, do you have a brain? Your dad drank too much and ran into the road by himself. He was hit by a truck and died. The police even made a statement at that time. If you don't believe me, we can go to the police station and check the file. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Jiang Tianhao roared emotionally. Ji Yuqi looked at him coldly and criticized him mercilessly and sharply. You obviously have doubts, but you still don't want to believe it. That's because you treat revenge as your life's goal. You refuse to admit that you wasted 20 years of your youth to hate an enemy that doesn't even exist. Jiang Tianhao, you really are a failure. I look down on you. Jiang Tianhao was mercilessly reprimanded by her. He held his head tightly with both hands and trembled all over. He suddenly felt that he was ridiculous. Since he was young, his mother had told him that Ji Bowen had killed his father. She also said that the truck driver had been bribed by Ji Bowen. He believed it without a doubt. Even when he asked for details and his mother couldn't explain it clearly, he never doubted it. He just thought that his mother couldn't remember it clearly. As he grew older, because of his poverty, he suffered a lot of hardships and received many supercilious looks from people. He attributed all these hardships to his lack of a father. Thus, he hated Ji Bowen more and more. He wanted to take revenge on the Ji family and take back his property. This became his motivation to live. He didn't dare to question it. He was afraid that if things weren't as he thought, then what would he rely on to survive? Step by step, he approached Ji Yuqi and Yi Zissou. In his countless acting sessions, He wore all kinds of masks until he forgot his original appearance. When he turned around, he found that he had gained nothing but scars all over his body. Even his one and only love had long been buried by his own hands. Hot tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. They fell onto his pants and quickly seeped into the fabric. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head. His deep-set eyes were red as he stared deeply at Yuchi. Yuchi, have you ever loved me? Yuchi's eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly remembered the time when she fell off the cliff in her previous life. Her fingers clung onto the railing as her body hung in midair. She asked him in despair why he wanted to harm her when she clearly loved him so much. At that time, he looked down at her from above and sneered. Don't you understand? I've never loved you. Pulling herself out of her memories, Yuchi suddenly laughed out loud. She laughed so hard that tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She slowly stood up and looked down at Jiang Tianhao on the other side of the glass. She sneered and said, Don't you understand? I've never loved you. This was what he owed her in her previous life. In this life, she was finally returning it to him. Jiang Tianhao's body trembled. He was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. His face was ashen and lifeless. You've never loved me? Not even a tiny bit? His voice sounded as if it came from a broken flute. It was bleak and unpleasant to the ears. She said coldly, No. So, you're also acting, yes, since you've never given your heart. What right do you have to ask others to give their heart? Yuchi's cold eyes slid across his cheeks. After throwing down these words, she left behind a proud and cold back view and walked away resolutely. Jiang Tianhao stared at her back view in a daze. After a long time, he said in a low voice, But I loved you. The fog was confusing. He couldn't see the direction clearly and couldn't see the surroundings clearly. He walked aimlessly in the fog alone. He had a thought in his mind that he was looking for something, but he couldn't remember what it was that he was looking for. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from nowhere and blew away the thick fog around him. He stood there in a daze and found that he was standing beside a crystal-clear river. On the calm surface of the river, familiar scenes were reflected. On a cold winter day, he pushed her into the lake and rescued her with his own hands. Under the falling leaves, the girl smiled shyly. Senior Tianhao, thank you for saving me from the lake. At the entrance of the ladies' room, the girl was drenched from head to toe. Her wet hair stuck to her pale face. She said in tears, Senior, Gu Fifan and I are innocent. I don't know what happened at the ball. Please believe me. On her 21st birthday, she was almost molested by Chun Yifei. He saved her and let everyone see the embarrassing scene between them. From then on, he became her fiancé. At Zhu's birthday party, everyone saw her and Gu Fifan hugging each other with their clothes disheveled. She tried to explain herself, but no one was willing to listen. Madame Zhu scolded her for being shameless and chased her out of the party. He left with her and was very gentle. At that moment, her heart and eyes only had him. Ji Bowen was completely disappointed in her and allowed her to enter G Group. When she was 23, he found out that the eldest young master of Shun Group liked her. He was afraid that she would fall in love with someone else. So he listened to Yi Zisu's suggestion and ruined her. Without her beautiful face, would Shunja still like her? When she was 24, they got married, and he was promoted to manager of G Group as he wished. That same year, he wanted to bribe Jean Mingyao and personally sent her to Jean Mingyao's bed. On the first anniversary of their wedding, she transferred 10% of her shares to him. He took over Ji Bowen's position as CEO, and Ji Bowen died in a car accident. On the second anniversary of their wedding, she had lost her value. He and Yi Zisu personally pushed her off the cliff. The moment she fell off the cliff, she screamed like a ghost. Jiang Tianhao, I hate you. You adulterous couple, you'll die a horrible death. The images kept changing real, fake, happy, painful. It was like an old movie that was spread out in front of his eyes. Finally, the calm river suddenly became turbulent. A violent storm swept him into the rolling waves, and a rapidly spinning whirlpool dragged him into the endless darkness. Jiang Tianhao woke up screaming. In the huge prison cell, there was only the sound of the television broadcasting the news. The news said that Ing City had welcomed a new leader, Liu Jianfeng. The host talked nonstop about Liu Jianfeng's past achievements. The prisoners sitting in front of the television complained impatiently, "Damn it, it looks like there's only this stupid news." The noisy voices and the voices in the dream kept mixing and separating. Jiang Tianhao held his head uneasily. He didn't know if this was reality or a dream. He didn't even know if he was living in reality or in a dream. Jiang Tianhao went crazy. He was like Xiangling's wife, pulling everyone in the prison cell and repeating the same sentence tirelessly. "I'm the CEO of G Group. I'm the CEO of G Group. F*CK, are you crazy? If you're the CEO of G Group, I'm the leader of Ing City. F*CK. Crazy man, ignore him." A burly man kicked him away. He was sent flying to the corner of the wall. He curled up in the corner and kept muttering, "I'm the CEO of G Group. I'm the CEO of G Group." The prison hired a professional psychiatrist to examine Jiang Tianhao. In the end, it was confirmed that he had gone crazy. He was sent to a mental hospital to live out the rest of his life. After Liu Jianfeng recovered from his injuries, he received a transfer order. He was now the leader of Ing City. He took up the position alone and left his wife and son in Hansheng. Because his son, Liu Tianhao, was about to take the college entrance examination, in order not to affect his son's studies, he let him continue to study in his original school. His wife stayed in Hansheng to take care of him. He lived alone in the family building of the municipal compound. Chen Tingfang would visit him every 2 days to help him do the laundry and cook. She also bought vegetables and fruits to put in the fridge in case he needed them. Every time this happened, he would sit on the sofa and read the newspaper while Chen Tingfang would be busy in the kitchen. Occasionally, she would poke her head out to talk to him. He had an illusion that the two of them were husband and wife. Just as the word husband and wife appeared in his mind, he immediately pushed it back down. He looked away nervously, afraid that she would discover the secret he had hidden deep in his heart. "Cousin, my apron strap has loosened. Help me fasten it." Her smiling voice came from the kitchen. His heart suddenly contracted, and he almost jumped up from the sofa. His fingers suddenly tightened around the newspaper. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Wait, I'll be right there." She stood in front of the kitchen counter with an egg beater in her hand. She quickly stirred the eggs in the bowl. Under the soft light, her side profile was gentle and beautiful. He couldn't help but reach out and move closer to her white cheeks. She suddenly turned around and smiled. "Cousin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me fasten my apron." His hand that was in midair stiffly changed its trajectory and slowly slid down to the strap of her apron. His fingers inadvertently touched her waist. Her body trembled and she giggled. "You're so annoying. You know that I'm ticklish." Her smile was like a flower. Her well-maintained skin was as bright as a prostitute's. He couldn't help but feel his throat tighten. His fingers clenched tightly, and he slowly took a step back to put some distance between them. He said in a hoarse voice, "If there's nothing else, I'll go out first." He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist pouncing on her. "Okay, you go out first. I'm going to start cooking now." Chen Tingfang didn't notice his strange behavior. She buried her head and beat the eggs. When his footsteps faded away, she suddenly thought of something. She looked up and called out, "Cousin." "What?" He stopped and turned around to look at her. His dark eyes were like the sky before a storm. "I brought red wine over. It's in the fridge. Help me take it out." "Okay." Under the soft light, the mellow red wine, and the person sitting facing him, the atmosphere was very good. Unknowingly, Liu Jianfeng drank 2 glasses of wine. When he put down the glass, he found that Chen Tingfang was already drunk. Her cheeks were red and her eyes were blurred. She was half lying on the table, looking at the wine bottle and giggling. Liu Jianfeng's heart softened. He used his hand to tuck her hair behind her ear and said gently, "What are you thinking of that made you smile so happily? Come and see." Hanchai 66. Chapter 9:21. His fingers were cool and comfortable. She rubbed her burning face against his fingers, and he quickly retracted his hand as though he had been electrocuted. His heartbeat quickened. She didn't seem to notice it. She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "We haven't drunk like this in a long time." "Yeah, it's been a long time." He stared at her, and his gaze gradually became heated. He said slowly, "Ting Fong, HM." She propped her head up and looked at him with a dazed gaze. "Nothing." His throat tightened, and he suddenly stood up. "I'm going to the washroom." He quickly walked into the washroom and splashed his face with cold water, trying to extinguish the fire in his heart. However, the water was like gasoline. Not only did it not extinguish the fire, but it also made it burn more fiercely. Her figure also became clearer in his mind. He suddenly turned on a shower head and drenched himself from head to toe with cold water. When he came out of the washroom, it was already 10 minutes later. Chen Ting Fong was sprawled on the dining table, completely drunk. She was still mumbling something incoherently. He shook his head helplessly and dotingly. He shook her shoulders. "Ting Fong, wake up. I'll take you home." She muttered impatiently, "No, forget it." Staying over for a night occasionally wasn't a big deal. He would just give Ji Bowen a call later. Lu Jianfeng first went back to his room to change his clothes, then picked her up and put her on the bed in the guest room. He took off her shoes and pulled the quilt over her body. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a hand suddenly grabbed his clothes, and then a soft body pressed against his arm. "Ihan, I missed you so much." "Ihan." She leaned on his arm and sobbed. Lu Jianfeng was angry and jealous. Who was Ihan? She had never mentioned him to him. That man named Ihan was actually hidden deep in her heart. He was going crazy with jealousy. He suddenly grabbed her wrist and asked with an ashen face, "Who is Ihan? What's your relationship with him?" She was so drunk that she couldn't understand what he was saying, let alone answer his question. She just hugged him tightly and called out Ihan. "Oh, it's so hot. Ihan, let go of me. I'm so hot." "Ting Fong, don't move." Lu Jianfeng was about to go crazy from her torture. When she struggled, the buttons in front of her chest were pushed open, revealing her snow-white skin and a faintly discernible cleavage. The flame in his heart was ignited once again, burning his rationality. "Ihan, I miss you. I want you." Women were like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. Chen Tingfang had been dry for so long. After being numbed by the alcohol, her body was filled with a strong desire. She was like a seductive vixen as she wrapped herself around his body. Her hands were on his body, and her lips kissed his firm chest. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air. His whole body was tense, and all his blood was rushing to the top of his head. The beast in his heart was roaring wildly, wanting to suppress her. However, the remnants of reason in his brain kept reminding him that he couldn't. That was evil, that was disgusting. Tingfang, don't mess around anymore. The veins on Lu Jianfeng's forehead throbbed. In the end, he held it in. He grabbed her hand and pulled her away from his body. He wrapped her tightly in the blanket and left the room in a sorry state, as if he was fleeing for his life. After the hangover, he had a splitting headache. Chen Tingfang rubbed her forehead and opened the bedroom door. When she saw a man and a woman sitting opposite each other in the living room, she was stunned. She hurriedly tidied up her messy hair and clothes and smiled awkwardly. "Cousin-in-law, when did you come?" Sitting opposite Lu Jianfeng was his wife, Wu Shui. She used a tissue to wipe the corners of her eyes. Her eyes were red, and she forced a smile. "I just arrived this morning. When I came, Jianfeng said that you were sleeping, so I didn't wake you up." Chen Tingfang noticed that Wu Shui should have cried, and her cousin's expression was very ugly. The atmosphere between them was a little strange. She tactfully said, "I'm really sorry. I slept too late last night and accidentally woke up late." Cousin-in-law, take your time talking. I'll go wash up first." Wu Shui nodded. When she entered the bathroom, she turned her gaze and met Lu Jianfeng's eyes again. She said softly, "Jianfeng, what should we do about Tianhao? I'm so scared." She choked on her sobs and tears started to fall again. Lu Jianfeng's brows were tightly knitted. He said in a low voice, Has it been diagnosed? She nodded. I've already asked a specialist to examine it. The diagnosis is acute leukemia. If he doesn't undergo special treatment, he only has half a year to live. At this point, she was already sobbing. She covered her mouth with her right hand and tried her best to control herself. The doctor said that a bone marrow transplant is the best treatment. However, in the bone marrow bank, they couldn't find a bone marrow match for Tian Hao. This news was like a bolt from the blue to Lu Jianfeng. His son had been smart and healthy since he was young. How could he have acute leukemia? He really didn't want to believe it. However, the medical report was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. He was silent for a long time. He reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. He said hoarsely, "Shui, you go back to Hanqing today and handle the procedures for Tianhao suspension. I'll go back tomorrow and transfer Tianhao to Ying City's city hospital. Ying City is the provincial capital after all. The medical standards there are better than Hanqing. Moreover, it's easier for me to take care of you and your son." Okay. Wu Shi leaned into his arms and cried softly. Chen Tingfang stood at the bathroom door. The door was opened slightly, and she happened to hear their conversation. Knowing that Lu Tianhao was seriously ill, she also felt terrible. She stood there for a long time until the crying stopped. Then, she pretended that she didn't know anything and walked out with a normal expression. "Cousin-in-law, it's rare for you to come to Ying City. Let's have lunch together." Wu Shui's eyes were still a little red, but her emotions had returned to normal. She smiled and said, "I still have something to do. I have to rush back to Hanqing this afternoon. We'll have plenty of chances to have lunch together in the future." Lu Jianfeng glanced at Chen Tingfang and said, "Shui, Tingfang is not an outsider. You don't have to hide Lil Hao's illness from her." Chen Tingfang pretended that she didn't know anything. She looked surprised and asked, "What's wrong with Lil Hao?" Wu Shui turned her head away. Her eyes were filled with tears again. Lu Jianfeng said slowly, "Lil Hao is sick. He has acute leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant. I plan to transfer him to Ying City's People's Hospital." "Bone marrow transplant? Have you found a bone marrow match?" "Not yet, but I believe that we will find one. Lil Hao will be fine." "Yes, Lil Hao will be fine. Cousin-in-law, don't worry too much. Everything will be fine." Chen Tingfang sat beside Wu Shui and patted the back of her hand. "I hope so." During the prison visit, Chen Tingfang told Yi Zissou about Lu Tianhao's illness. Yi Zissou immediately suggested a blood test to see if her bone marrow was a match with Lu Tianhao's. After all, they were close relatives. Perhaps they could be a match. Soon, the prison approved her blood test. Lu Jianfeng, his wife, and Chen Tingfang were all looking forward to the test. They hoped that it would be a match. However, things didn't go according to their wishes. The test results showed that their bone marrow match was less than 5 points. This meant that the success rate of the surgery was very low. Lu Jianfeng didn't dare to let his son take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. He thought that there would be a way to find a bone marrow match for his son. Wu Shi burst into tears. All her relatives and friends had done blood tests. Their bone marrow match with Lil Hao's bone marrow was less than 5%. Lil Hao was still so young. Was there really no hope? Yi Zissou was also very sad. After spending a few months in prison, she clearly understood the value of life. Lil Hao was still so young. She looked at the test report in her hand and sighed dejectedly. It would be great if I could get my friends to do the test. Oh, and Uncle Ji and Yuchi. At least, there's more hope. Chen Tingfang's eyes lit up. She suddenly remembered that Ji Bowen was very concerned about his family's health. Every May, he would organize a full-body checkup for his family members. Even the servants of the Ji family had the right to a free checkup. If she persuaded him to do the checkup in advance, it should be fine. That night at dinner, Chen Tingfang said with a smile, "Bowen, I've been feeling tired lately. I plan to do a full-body checkup. Ahan and Yuchi haven't had a checkup in a long time. When are you free? Let's go together." Ji Yuchi looked up at her and said slowly, "Auntie Chun, we used to have a checkup in May. This year, I plan to do it again." Ji Yunhan raised his hand. "I plan to do it in May, too." 2 months in advance is nothing. Bowen, you should also have checkup. During this period of time, your complexion is not very good. G. Bowen glanced at her and wanted to say that his complexion was not good because too many things had happened at home. After thinking about it, he held back. He wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and said, "In that case, let's do the checkup in advance this year. Butler, make an appointment with the hospital. It's best if it's a day off." "Yes, master." Chen Tingfang was very happy that she had achieved her goal. She poured a bowl of soup for Ji Bowen and was very attentive. Ji Yuqi's brows furrowed, but they quickly relaxed. She used the spoon to slowly stir the hot soup in the bowl, trying to guess what she was up to again. What? Vice President Qing had gastric bleeding and was sent to the hospital? Ji Yuqi received a call from her secretary. She was so angry that her face turned green. She took Shinja's hand and walked quickly to the car. She suppressed her anger and said, "Aja, I'm going to the hospital to visit Qing Sang. That idiot Qing Sang actually had gastric bleeding because of her business partner. If she has a bad stomach, she should drink less. How could she be so honest?" Shinja opened the car door for her and said calmly, "Don't worry. She has always been in good health. It's just gastric bleeding. She won't die. Come and see." Songshu 566. Chapter 922. Ji Yuqi buckled her seatbelt and said suspiciously, "Aja, you don't seem very happy." Shinja gestured for Aze, who was sitting in the driver's seat, to start the car. Then, he rubbed Yuchi's hair and said expressionlessly, "Correction, I am very unhappy." "Why?" "Qing Sang is my friend and also your subordinate. It's reasonable for us to care about her." Ji Yuqi felt that it was necessary to teach him about the ways of the world. If a person was too cold, he would lack friends and feel lonely. She didn't want Shunja to feel lonely. Shunja said seriously, "Because you're jealous. You care more about her than you care about me." "Hey, I'm not. I'm also very concerned about you." Ji Yuqi pouted, feeling wronged. She had been wrongly accused. "I came to your school from the company hungry because I wanted to have lunch with you. But after you heard that Qing Sang was sick, you forgot about me." He stated the truth seriously. Ji Yuqi felt guilty. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. If you're hungry, let's go eat first and then go to the hospital, okay?" He patted her head like he was comforting an uneasy pet. "Let's go to the hospital to see Qing Sang first. Otherwise, you'll be distracted when you eat." He knew her character very well. She bit her lip. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and her cheeks bloomed with a bright smile. "Wait a minute. I have something for you." She put her handbag on her lap, unzipped it, and rummaged through the bag. Finally, she took out 2 bags of snacks, a bag of biscuits, and a chocolate bar. She handed them to him as if she was presenting a treasure. She smiled happily and said, "Here, these are my snacks. They can fill your stomach." Shinja looked away in disgust. "I never eat this kind of junk food. It's okay to eat it once in a while. It's delicious. I'm not lying." She quickly opened the bag, picked up a piece of biscuit with jam, and fed it to him. She coaxed him like she was coaxing a child. "Ah, open your mouth. Good boy, open it quickly." Shunja was speechless. "Do you think I'm a child? Even children aren't as picky as you. Young Master Shun, please eat a little. I'll be very sad if you starve yourself. Please, please." She almost climbed on top of him, one hand on his chest, the other holding the biscuit to his mouth, a pair of beautiful eyes quickly blinking like the bright stars in the sky. His face was dark. "Feed me." Okay, open your mouth." "It's not like that. With your mouth, feed it." She was blushing. S's lips, S. Then he bit by bit, until her fingers finger her fingers. She blushed and whispered, "Stop fooling around. Aze is still here." Aze didn't hear or see anything. His eyes were focused in front of him. As a competent bodyguard and killer, he was very professional. He absolutely didn't see or hear anything indecent. Listen, that didn't seem to be something he could control. Ji Yuqi was very worried about Qing Sang. She thought she would see her lying weakly on the hospital bed. In fact, she was leaning against the bed, with one hand on a forge rip and the other handling company documents. A thick stack of documents was neatly placed beside her. Even when she heard someone come in, she didn't raise her head. "Stop persuading me to rest. If you keep nagging, go back immediately," she said coldly. Oh, even if she was sick, the queen was still the queen. Her aura was strong and imposing. Ji couldn't help but laugh. She approached her in her high heels. "Queen Qing sang, who are you angry with? Don't tell me it's Yulei?" Yulei was the only one who could make her so uneasy. Speaking of which, Yulei was really a weirdo. No matter how many times Qing Sang rejected him, he still pounced on her and wouldn't let her go. Speak of the devil. Yulei walked over with a lunchbox in his hand. He laughed heartily and said, "What are you talking about?" As a partner of Free Company, he knew Ji, the boss behind the scenes. He also heard about her relationship with young Master Shen. So, he smiled and nodded at the two of them. Then, he turned his gaze to Qing Sang. Obviously, he wanted Qing Sang to answer his question. Qing Sang put down the documents in her hand and said coldly, "I said, if you disturb my work again, I'll throw you out." Ji face-palmed. She couldn't bear to look at the queen's aura. Brother Yulei, hang in there. She thought Yulei would be frustrated. She didn't expect him to turn from a sunny guy to a loyal dog in the next second. His invisible tail wagged behind him, and he smiled cutely. "Ah Sang, you're the most charming when you're working. But if you don't eat, you won't have the energy to work. So, put your work aside and eat first. We have your favorite vegetable porridge today." Ji widened her eyes. She learned something today. Qing Sang pushed away his hand that was about to help her. She said coldly, "Don't touch me. Ah Sang, don't misunderstand. I just want to help you. Go away. Don't give me that despicable look. Ah Sang, don't you think I'm cute like this? I've been practicing in front of the mirror for a week." "Cute? Please don't insult the word cute. Ah Sang, you're so heartless." Sob, sob, sob. The two people in the room bickered as if there was no one else around. Ji felt that she was particularly unnecessary. Shinja stood beside her and said in a low voice, "See? She's doing very well. You can rest assured now." "Yeah, as long as Qing Sang is fine. Let's go. Don't disturb them." Ji smiled wickedly and secretly held Shinja's hand. They had already walked to the door when Qing Sang suddenly said, Boss, thank you for coming to see me. I'm fine." Ji didn't expect Qing Sang to thank them personally. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. She turned her head and teased, "With Yulei taking care of you, we can rest assured. Rest well. You can rest for as long as you want." Qing Sang's face darkened. "Don't put me together with him." Yulei beamed. "Thank you, Miss Ji. Ah Sang will go back to work when she recovers." Qing Sang glared at him. "Hey, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." What did he mean by Ah Sang? She was her. It had nothing to do with him. Ji laughed loudly. They really were a pair of quarrelsome lovers. I can see that Yulei really likes Qing Sang. Unfortunately, Qing Sang doesn't like him. Ji said softly to Shunja in the corridor with their fingers interlocked. Shunja held her hand tightly. It's not that Qing Sang doesn't have feelings for Yulei. It's just that she's used to being cold and doesn't know how to get along with others. Just like when he first fell in love with her, he was a little flustered and a little helpless. He didn't know how to like someone. Ji looked up at him and smiled. I really hope they can be happy together. Maybe they will. As long as Yulei continued to pester her, Qing Sang would be captured by him sooner or later. After entering the elevator, Ji saw the door of the office closest to the elevator open. A tall and straight man walked out holding a little girl's hand. Behind them was a doctor in a white coat. The man put on his sunglasses and nodded at the doctor. "Dr. Han, thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome. This is what I should do. Please take care." The elevator door closed slowly, blocking Ji line of sight. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and the corners of her lips curved into a cold smile. It was Lu Jianfeng. Huh. What was he doing at the hospital? A black car stopped by the side of the road. Lu Jianfeng, dressed in a black suit, held the little girl's hand and walked to the front of the car. When he opened the door, The little girl looked up and said with anticipation, "Uncle, I'm very obedient today. Can I go to the amusement park to play?" Lu Jianfeng bent down and picked her up. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Uncle is not free today. Next time." "Oh." Although it was a pity, the little girl nodded obediently and said sweetly, "As long as I can see Uncle every day, even if I don't go to the amusement park, I'll be very happy." "Good girl." He kissed her on the cheek, put her in the passenger seat, and buckled her seat belt. Ji Yuqi sat in Shun's car and watched the car in front of her drive away. She frowned slightly. That little girl looked at most 8 years old. What was her relationship with Lu Jianfeng? Why did he bring her to the hospital? Shunja glanced at the disappearing car. "If you're curious, let Leon you check it out." Okay. On Saturday, Ji Bowen took the whole family to the hospital for a physical examination. The doctor at the reception was an old acquaintance of the Ji family. He chatted and laughed and easily completed the full-body examination. 3 days later, the hospital sent the medical report to the Ji family. Chun Tingfang had told the housekeeper to send the medical report to her as soon as he received it. So she was the first to open the envelope. There was a thick stack of medical reports inside. She looked through them carefully and finally found a different one. It was a bone marrow match analysis. The list showed that the bone marrow of everyone in the Ji family was compatible with Lu Tianhao's bone marrow. The highest match was Ji Yunhan, as high as 80%. Chen Tingfang's eyes shone with ecstasy. Her fingers trembled as she held the thin piece of paper. After a minute, she suppressed the excitement in her heart and quickly put everyone's medical reports into an envelope. Then, she used a lighter to burn the results of the match and turned it into ashes. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she dialed Lu Jianfeng's number. "Hello, cousin. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Ji Yunhan and Xiao Hao's bone marrow match is 80%. Xiao Hao can finally undergo a bone marrow transplant." Lu Jianfeng was also very excited. His knuckles turned white as he held the phone. He sounded anxious. "Is that true?" Shen Tingfang's eyes reddened. She nodded and said, "It's true, cousin. Hurry up and tell cousin-in-law and Xiao Hao this good news." "Tingfang, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done." His voice was low and full of gratitude. "Cousin, you don't have to be so polite. We're family." After ending the call, Chun Tingfang let out a long sigh of relief. Previously, she had discussed with her cousin and bribed the person in charge of the medical report to do a HLA test on everyone in the Ji family. The results showed that Ji Yunhan and Xiao Hao's bone marrow match was the highest. Now, the most important thing was how to persuade Ji Yunhan to donate his bone marrow. When Chun Tingfang thought of this problem, her head started to hurt. Previously, she had shed all pretense of cordiality with Ji Yuqi and her brother, and had done many things to hurt them. Now that she wanted to ask Ji Yunhan for help, she was afraid that they wouldn't agree. She thought about it, and finally decided to test it out first. That night, after dinner, Chun Tingfang took out the medical report and handed it to everyone one by one. After confirming that everyone was healthy, she let out a sigh of relief and sighed. "I saw the news this afternoon. It said that a young man had acute leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. His parents and brother had their bone marrow matched, and the results showed that the two brothers were a high match. At first, the young man's brother was willing to give him a bone marrow transplant, but later his brother chickened out and the doctor had no choice but to transplant his father's bone marrow to him. In the end, the bone marrow transplant failed, and the young man had a very serious rejection reaction. He died in less than 2 months. Ji Bowen had seen the fickleness of human nature and sighed. In today's society, the relationship between siblings is very thin. Ji Yunhan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Dad, you don't have to use this matter to educate Sis and me. We definitely won't be like that pair of brothers. If Sis needs it, let alone bone marrow, even if it's my cornea or kidney, I will donate it to her without hesitation. I think it's the same for you, sister. Am I right, sister?" Ji Yuqi slapped him on the head. "Bah! Children's words carry no harm." Hurry up and spit out your saliva. Ji Yunhan smiled mischievously and did not look serious. What are you afraid of? I'm just saying, it's not like you'll really get sick. Don't be so afraid. Chun Tingfang coughed and teased. Ahan, if your sis Sisu has leukemia, are you willing to donate your bone marrow to her? Ji Yunhan muttered softly. I don't care if she dies. Yi Sisu, are you kidding me? That black-hearted bad woman. It's better if she dies. I can't be bothered with her. Ji Bowen's expression changed. Chen Tingfang smiled awkwardly. What if it's a stranger? Will you donate it? Ji Yunhan glanced at her lazily. Annie Chun, in this world, the only people who can make me do anything are my family members who are related to me by blood. As for the others, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a bad mood, why should I help them? I'm not close to them. His tone was lazy and extremely infuriating. Especially the words connected by blood. They were especially grating. Awesome novel Songshu 566 that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.